What's up, chat? What's up, chat? Happy Friday! Oh, we made it. What's up? Yo, Tenor, what up? Omnipotent, what up? Jacob, Chad, Stalker, Alpha, Coyote. Hey, you guys flew in. Oh, yeah, we all in here. Oh, yeah, Chad, we all in here? Yo, Ninja, what's up? Never seen this intro. It's so good. Hey, happy you like it, bro. Ronald. Yo, good morning, bro. Yo, Xander, what's up, bro? Hello, how's it going? Rare, what's up? Joker, what's up? Yo, good morning, Chad. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. All right, guys, y'all know what time it is. It's time to play video games, and it's Friday. So we're going to be playing the event game mode, Dom a limb today with whoever wants to get some games in. I'm going to get nice and warmed up and ready to go, and then I'm going to start making a list and inviting people. It's been a crazy month. The week has been insane so far, and I mean we're going with it. Rival Season 4. When does Season 4 drop? I was sick today. Oh, yeah. Bro, what do you think about Charlie's figure? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Jacob. What do you mean his figure? I just realized that I'm subbed to TC. Okay, let's go. I'll be good for some games today. All right, Celtic. Yo, good morning. 2 hours ago it dropped. Oh, for real? Dang, I want to play that new Vanguard. She looks cool. The angel chick. Hi, Molly. You excited to kick some butt? Oh, you know it. Why did Charlie have to die? Hey, we all got to die. But yeah, it sucks to go out like that. It really does. Oh, what do you mean about, what did you like about his person? Or what did you think about his person? I thought I liked him. I liked him. I liked his platform. I liked he always wanted to spread the gospel. And he showed love to everybody. I mean, I didn't know him personally, so you know I can't speak to his personal effects. But when it came to what he taught, when it came to how he spoke and how he treated people, and the message that he got across. But yeah, he'll be dearly missed, for sure. Bright minds like that, I mean, especially so young, will always be missed. Sorry, I just got $100 super from Celtic. He said, "Sorry, I've been absent these last few chats, but I'm back, brother." Bro, I saw you yesterday. What do you mean absent? What the heck? And just like that, we start the stream with $100 super from Celtic. What the poop? Celtic. Yeah, okay, some W's in the chat for my dude Celtic. Wow, I wasn't really there though. Well, okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right, that's fair. He said I wasn't really there though. I was there, but I wasn't really there. Okay. Oh, you're insane, dude. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. For real, for real. That's nutty. What a crazy way to start the stream. But yeah. Sad day. It's been a sad week. Sad week for me. What's with the background? What are you talking about? Local Parmesan wheel? Mully, Nuke Blast. What are you doing? Nuke Blast is stream sniping me. Teach me? What do you want me to teach you? Did tiara look good on you, Mully? Oh, did you put a tiara on me? Thank you, thank you. If it's a tiara, is it still called a tiara if you put it on a guy? Would it become a crown? Is there a difference between tiaras and crowns, or is it just who it's on? Like if you put a crown on a girl, does it become a tiara? How's your morning? Yo, it's going great so far. I mean, you know, as great as it can be. I've been practicing for tomorrow. Almost had you last week. Yeah, but conk buffs. I'm learning new characters. Oh, nice. He's learning new characters. God bless you. God bless you. What's up, Dr. Cartel? Huh. You don't know what to do, do you? You don't know what to do, do you? Oh! My bad, bro. My bad. Ah! I agree, so Rage. Yeah, the new season dropped 2 days ago. Nice spacing. Help me. Look at Nuke Blast, bro. My God, I don't know what to do. He's so lost. Look at this. He's like, I want to learn new characters. He only knew lame characters, you know. He played Medjai. He played Hatun, you know. Now he's trying to play the cool characters. And look at him. I've never been more proud. I'll never get more proud. I'm at my, I'll get my last set in and head home to boot up. Let's go, bro. I feel like 1 is a bigger crown. You might be right. You might be right. Rep 0, no levels. That's my boy. Hey, man. Hey, man. Welcome. Welcome to the winning side of history. I know people will say it's based on opinion, but objectively speaking, if you are a Highlander main, you are on the right side of history. If you are an assassin main, a Wulin enjoyer, anything like that, objectively speaking, you're on the wrong side of history. Think about it. Yeah, you didn't expect me to hit that wall, did you? So yeah, a male tiara is a diadem. So wait. So there's a difference in the actual thing. I wonder why. Because like, don't you just kind of like make it how you want it to look? I don't know. I've never been too interested in royalty. I'm sure like a British person might know, because you know they still have the royalty there. They still have the kings and the queens. Some say Kinsei main is lame. Yeah, I bet they do. A crown is bigger and is all around. And a tiara, oh, so a tiara is just in the front. That makes more sense. Yeah. The only conk change was the roll catcher. Yeah, he's got this now. Look at him. Look at him. Look how cool it is. They don't know what to do. They can't stop. How long you been playing? I've been playing since the beginning. Look at me. You see what I'm doing right here? Does this make sense? Xutara? Does that make sense? I completely messed up my my coffee this morning. I'm kind of sad about it. What's the new Glad changes? Glad didn't get any. Wait. Glad got changes. It wasn't just testing grounds. Gladiator got skewer. Gladiator got skewer changes, so their skewer is now unreactable. I forgot about that. Yeah. I thought, bro, what is that offensive stance? These inputs are all over the place. Hey, Nuke Blast, you got it, bro. Don't give up on me. The cross was flawless, man. And you tell him, yo, Jason, with the galaxy, what the heck? Poopy. You guys are going crazy today, bro. Can I see you play Glad? Hey, Casper, I hope you're having a fantastic week. I hope your Friday has been blessed and that your weekend goes well. But I'm going to need you to leave the stream. Don't come in here asking me to play Gladiator. The heck is this, bro? I can't hear. Also, Jason, if there's a character you'd like to see me play, let me know. And also, Norse, my boy, if there's a character or a couple characters you'd like to see me play, let me know. I got you, bro. Perks. Didn't know you didn't like Glad? Oh, it's not that I don't like Glad. I just only play cool characters, okay? I love Highlander offensive since it's odd but satisfying. Agreed. Thanks for the playlist yesterday. It's awesome. Let's go. He said, oh, the power. Yo, Skippy, thank you for the heart me. Is this the only game you play? No. Yo, have a good one, Ninja. 110 reps, total 19 on Glad. Oh, my goodness. Who's your main? I main Highlander. What do you think of Zanhu? You know, he's a Wulin. I think he's a cool character, but he falls short with with his offense because they the big thing with a lot of the Wulin is they all have this like special thing that like kind of sets them apart, and they gave Zanhu a light heavy finisher, and that's supposed to be like his big thing. But the only problem with it is that they made it too well. What's the word? It's like too well animated, and so it's literally the easiest thing to parry in the game. Like the easiest thing to parry in the game. So it's like his strongest thing becomes his weakest thing. But he's a great character regardless. Yo, P with the Galaxy. They caught the dude. Yeah, I saw. I don't know exactly preemptively. I never really. I wait until things fully play out before I give my my thoughts on stuff. But yeah, supposedly the Kirk shooter turned himself in to authorities. Did you guys see how I looked into this room just now? How did I do that? How did I do that? Wait, there. I did it from farther away. I wonder if I can go in there. Anyways. Oh. Oh no. Yo, P! Let me get some W's in the chat for my boy P and my boy Jason. If there's a character you'd like to see me play, let me know. I got you, bro. Play Peacekeeper? You're joking, right? You better be. Coyote_S197. I'm having a hard time getting into matches after the new update. What's going on? What do you play on? I heard Xbox was having issues yesterday, but I haven't had any issues. Play Highlander? Maybe. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Never played this. Is it fun? It is fun. Honestly, I would pick a character maybe next time. I just want to support right now. Have some fun, brother. Hey, thank you, Jason. My boy said I just wanted to drop a Galaxy and leave. Y'all make no sense to me, bro. The amount of support I get, it makes no sense to me. I'm happy you guys enjoy the content. I'm happy things I say resonate with you. And, you know. Oh, whoa, when'd you get here? And I pray that, you know, what you guys get from the content is more than just, you know, baseless entertainment that you feel. Good about the time spent on stream. So just a quick like thank you for everybody who watches, everybody who supports. I don't know what I did to, you know, obviously I've been putting in work, like I get that, but like honestly it you know, a lot of people be putting in work, so the fact that you guys keep on showing up for me, it really does mean the world. Oh, I lost. Gotta land a sweep. I kept trying to, but he saw it coming. I blame you for that, Leo. What's wrong with Peacekeeper? That's a great question, Coyote_S197. That's a great question. Just had a notification that someone reported the name. Haven't heard. He turned himself in. Yeah. Yeah. He, I think Trump was on like an interview this morning. The interview was like one where he's like sitting on a couch and there's like 4 people there. Him included, so he's the 4th. And they were like, he was talking about how it had something to do with like the guy's dad and like, I don't know. He was kind of yapping, I'm not gonna lie. But then he said he turned himself in. So yeah. Hey Molly, tough times in the world recently. Can we pray after this match? I definitely encourage prayer, you know, for a lot of people and like to get into prayer. But more importantly, I want people to really get into a confidence and a boldness, not just in their faith, but or not just in truth, but in their faith. Because, you know, I will pray. I will pray. I'm not saying I won't, but like I really want people to kind of like take this as a time to really understand kind of the world and the dynamic of the world we live in. And I know a lot of us, if you guys like my content, you're probably similar to me. You're someone who likes to kind of like sit to the side, analyze a little bit, get a full picture, come up with an opinion. based off of, evidence, but, you don't really share it. You just kind of like, okay, well, I know what's going on. Everyone else is kind of like lost, but like I kind of get it, even though I wouldn't say I get it, but like I kind of get it. But I think now there's starting to become a real dynamic between, how do I say this nicely? Because I don't want to be polarizing. I don't want to be divisive. But I want the people like me who sit on the sideline to kind of start to make their way towards the right side of history. Not history, but the right side of like good. You know what I mean? Because it's becoming more and more apparent, kind of where you need to be if you have like a basis for morals set in reality, and it's kind of scary because a lot of people don't understand what it is they believe in, and so I'm super worried about the coming days, the coming weeks, the coming years, because I've said it time and time again, there's so many people who don't really think through their worldview. They don't understand what it is that they believe in, and because of that, they can easily be deceived into following something or doing something that the worldview doesn't agree with. And I'm unfortunately so confident that we might have people doing heinous things in the name of Christianity, heinous things in the name of so many things moving forward. And so, yes, that whole yapping session is simply to say this. Yes, be in prayer. Pray for people who are going through struggles. Pray for people to find Jesus in their life. Pray for people to be unveiled from falsehoods of this world. That's amazing. But more importantly, get in line with reality. Get in line with truth. Understand what it is you believe, and truly understand what it means, like to follow that worldview. So if you're a Christian, what does it mean to truly follow Jesus? If you're atheist, so if you're whatever, right? Really get in line with it and make sure, right, you're not being pulled to do things that you feel like you should be obligated to do just because you think a certain way or like you vote a certain way. Like actually start getting that information yourself. You know what I mean? But yeah, definitely so much care and love just for everyone. We really just live in a weird time, and it's kind of strange to think how quickly it's devolved, and it scares me because I'm a guy that you guys see me when I play For Honor. I'm all about pattern recognition. If I see it happen, the second time I'm gonna catch it, right? You may fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, won't be fooled again. Right, heavy into the left. Oh, he went top. But there it is. But man, I sense a ramping up of just aggression and people being polarizing for the sake of being polarizing or the sake of taking a stance. So truly know what you believe going forward. You know what I mean? Truly know what you believe going forward. I've seen Christians, outspoken Christians, almost borderline calling for violence. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. The ramp up is because people are tired and woke up to the fact that they're modern slaves. It's not even that, because it's not like a revolution from top to bottom. It's people. It's people. It's good and evil. The problem is people have different foundations on good and evil, and so they think they're justified in enacting, in quelling that evil because of what they believe is good. People have been waking up to the whole slaves thing for a while, but I feel like people just kind of accepted it because they're like, what am I going to do about it? But when it comes to their fellow man, I mean, the gloves kind of come off. You see they caught the killer? Yeah. Or I think he turned himself in, but yeah. Rip Charlie Kirk, R.I.P. It's more like a justification of ideals for their own sake. Yeah. Just join the stream. So sorry if you already answered this, but what do you think about Charlie's views? Because I understand for a lot of people he was controversial. The only time I've seen people say that Charlie was controversial is from people who have never actually listened to Charlie Kirk talk. Anyone who's actually either had a conversation with him or listened to him talk, no one, like, I've yet to hear someone say he's controversial and actually use like an actual instance of him being controversial. It's always just been like, here's this one sentence from a 3-hour podcast. He's racist. And I'm like, what? Very, and I want, like, notice that, you know, if you guys are out there, if there's anyone out there who maybe doesn't quite have a stance on it, maybe doesn't care, maybe you do care, or maybe you're someone who is like, you know what, it's actually pretty good this guy isn't talking anymore. When you see someone talking about him, notice what they do with the information that they share with you. It's always a sentence, a snippet taken out of context in order to push a narrative, but it's never the full picture. And that's something that's been happening forever. I mean, think about how people use the Bible for slavery. Do you guys know Christians use the Bible to condone slavery, but what did they do? They took out the little snippet that said, "Slaves, obey your master." And they left out the all men are free, all men are one in Christ, right? But they take it out of context and they use that for control. And I mean, that's all I've seen when it comes to controversy. Obviously, I didn't see every little thing that Charlie ever wrote, every little thing that Charlie ever said. Obviously, the guy wasn't perfect. Nobody is. But that's what I've seen from people who have said that he was controversial. How do you go into defense stance? You just hold guard after heavy. Why do you think religion is on the rise right now? Because people are starting to sort of realize what the lack of religion leads to, and it's something that they can't truly live out. That's what I think. Do you believe any of the conspiracies? Nothing that's come forward conspiracy-wise has made any sense to me. People were saying that Frank Turek, the Christian theologian next to him, was like in on it because he was making hand signs. It's ridiculous. Government, CIA, something about Article 4 being enacted the same day because of Russian drones. Like there's lots of stuff, but nothing that really connects the dots together. Just like kind of like whatever. Just send love to his family. They're in a hard place. Oh yeah, I'm just happy. Most of the time I saw his clips, he used the Bible to back up his claims. Yeah, I mean, his foundation for his beliefs was biblical, but he didn't use the Bible to back up his claims. He just used matter of fact reasoning, which I liked. I like that because a lot of people, they want that separation of church and state. And so if you're going to tell them, hey, you can't do this because the Bible says so, if they're not a Christian, that doesn't matter to them. But he was actually able to, even though his foundation was in religion, he was able to use reason and, you know, the Constitution to back his viewpoints. He was still very evil, though. Who was very evil? I think it's also uncertainty in the world. Wait, who was evil? Do you still play Zerk at all? I don't play Zerk, no. Justifying things like Jakarta and other atrocities or something I can never support. What? Brother. Boom. Just because he never came out and said he hates people of color doesn't make him not racist. But like, but like, just turn that reasoning backwards. What makes someone racist? Guys, words have meaning. Chat, please, words have meaning. If you're going to call someone evil, understand that word has a meaning. It's just not a word you can throw around to take a moral superiority over someone and say, oh, I can't do X, Y, Z because of this. If someone says, if you say that about someone, that means that this criteria has been met. If you say someone is racist, the word racist has a meaning. That means he has done this thing that sets the criteria that he is X, Y, Z. Don't just use the words. Don't just parrot what other people have said. Like, if you actually care enough to comment something like that, I would at least hope that you can go through and find the actual evidence of it. Oh, look, I saw this sentence on Facebook. Someone said this. So obviously Kirk was racist. It's like, have you ever listened to Charlie Kirk talk? Did you know his worldview? Did you know what he stood for? No, but I saw this one sentence, so obviously he hates black people. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, I don't, how do y'all live life like that, bro? Think. Do you know what he stood for? Yeah. He stood for American Christian values. He wanted to see families united. He wanted to see people living in purpose, and he wanted to see people turning to Christ. And he wanted equality for all. Against the Civil Rights Act? He wasn't against the Civil Rights Act. Oh my goodness. And and I'm sorry that I'm overgeneralizing on y'all right now, and I understand it may seem like that from the outside looking in, but I promise you, this is all I've seen for the past 3 days. Or 2 days, sorry, it hasn't been 3 days. It's the exact same things over and over again, in the exact same out of context quotes over and over again. And so my only conclusion is that none of you guys actually know what you're talking about. You've just heard something and you're parroting it without actually doing any looking into what is going on behind that one sentence. Doesn't matter what he said, no one deserves to die. Well, yeah, I agree. Still addressing the Charlie stuff? I mean, yeah, it's gonna keep coming up. I feel weird being on the internet and not having a rip Charlie Kirk in my thing. Because, I mean, the man was so bright. Such a smart dude. Like, what a waste, man. Bro defending the wrong team? How? Wait. Biden gets the same criticism for opposing schools integrating during the civil rights movement. This chat definitely took a turn, I know. How am I defending the wrong team? Charlie was pro-America, I'm American, pro-Christian, I'm Christian, pro-family values, I'm pro-family values. How am I supporting the wrong team? Like the whole, like if your opinion on someone is based off of who you think that they are supporting, during a conflict and a war in a foreign country that we truly don't really know a whole lot about on the individual level. I mean, at least me, like I've listened to Israel people who live in Israel. I've listened to Palestinian people, and I get compelling arguments from both. And the conclusion that I've come to is that there is the Israeli people, there's the people in Palestine, and then there's the Hamas, the terrorist organization. The organization is using the people as kind of like a pawn in their, I don't know, whatever they're doing. And so Israel's getting flack for just not backing off. Like, it's a genocide, man. Such a horrible take. It's a shame. Yeah, but what do we... Moving on to the racist views, he said a lot of what he said was factual and people hate hearing the truth. Absolute horrid take. Wait, so what did I get wrong? Tell me, please educate me, because like I said, I've listened to Israeli people, I've listened to people who are pro-Palestine, and the conclusion is there are innocent people in the crossfire of a government and a terrorist organization. What did I get wrong there? Black people were better off in the Jim Crow era. Yeah, I've seen that clip. It's taken out of context. And during slavery, also taken out of context.
Round one.
Did you not see them on the hospital twice because maybe Hamas was there, bruh? I don't. What was the context? He was talking statistics. He was talking statistics, like Charlie did a lot. Because I don't know if you guys, so if you guys pay attention to what I'm doing, if someone says something, listen to me. Do I just believe it because they said it? Or do I say, why? Or how? Or what do you mean? Or what's the context? Right? Why do I do that? Why don't I just let my emotions get to decide what's right and wrong? I hear something crazy and I just believe it because it matches up with something I believe already, or you know, I get upset about it and so I believe it because I'm upset. What have I done? I've asked for more information so I can have a full picture before I make a conclusion on something. That's what Charlie did in like all of his talks. Statistically speaking, he's talking about how things were better, which should wake people up to say, oh my gosh, yeah, things have gotten really bad for Black America, and they have. That's the point. The only reason people turned it, and I feel like most people would agree with that, the only reason people I feel like turned it into a race thing is because he pointed out the issue in Black America, but he said that the issue was coming from within Black America. It was a culture issue. It was a broken family issue that went back to the government.
Round three.
Subsidizing single motherhood, keeping fathers out of homes. That was his whole point. It's gotten so bad that we were better off statistically beforehand. How does oh yep, must be racist. What? But then he supports ripping families apart because of a borderline. Everybody supports immigration laws, bro. Everybody does. Everybody does. I don't understand that I honest to God, and I never say honest to God because I generally don't use God in many things, but I don't understand the immigration thing. Trust me, I live in Texas. I know so many people who could or could not be illegal. Like, I get it, and I feel for people like that. But at the end of the day, like, it's becoming a problem. Like, what do you do? We saw what life was like with open borders. So it's either do nothing or crack down. I mean, and hopefully once the crisis is done, we can change something about how easy it is to get a citizenship. But like the answer can't just be, oh yeah, you know, just let them do what they're gonna do. Who cares? Like, that's craziness. That's craziness. We're the only country in any country I could think of. Like, I'm trying to think of other ones, but like that are like, oh, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Just open the borders. It's fine, because we feel bad about their situations. It's like, yeah, we do feel bad about their situations, but also we can't make our situation worse. Like, that seems like such a on the nose point. As a law enforcement officer, it's becoming increasingly concerning how many have warrants. He's piecing you up. No, I'm winning. You're right, I'm losing. This man has only done surface level thoughts on issues. No, I'm being realistic. What's surface level about that? They've been talking about immigration reform for 30 plus years, yet neither side actually tries to make immigration easier to dissuade illegal migration, which they should. Racist or not, he did believe that blacks commit half of all crimes, which is proven wrong. Well, yeah, if it's proven wrong, someone could have brought that statistic to him. That's what he brought it up to, because I don't know. Yo, Josh, thanks for the galaxy. Because that's a common statistic, right? The common statistic is Black America accounts for, what, 15% of the population, and it accounts for like 50% of violent crime. And I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. Love your content. You made me get back into Frowner. All right, let's go. I think it's just time we focus on America so we can actually focus on the people who need us. We can't help people when we are going through hell ourselves. Yeah, I mean, most people feel that way. I have nothing against nobody love, but it's done. It's not done the right way. I mean, that's fair. Have you felt an energy shift in the world after Charlie died, like he was family? I mean, I don't know why it hit me so hard. I think because I share a lot of the same views as Charlie, and we both have similar platforms. I.e., I like having open discussions on my stream, and that was his whole thing, having open discussions. Him and other people are like some of the reasons I love having these open discussions with people I disagree with. But yeah, it hit hard. It could have been something spiritual, but I don't know. It hit really hard. The statistic is accurate. You just look up police and FBI statistics and you'll find out it's true. Well, someone said it's not true, and if there's one thing I knew about Charlie is that he did his research and he was open to having his mind changed. So if someone had come up to him and said, that's not true, he would have said, look it up. Show me. Show me. And that's what I want to know, because I never go around saying stuff like that just willy-nilly. But I mean, if it's true, it's true. I mean, my feelings have nothing to do with the truth. That's arrest, not convictions. The idea that all arrests mean you did it is false. Okay. Well, there you go.
Round one.
The statistics are not necessarily accurate because of false convictions and acquittals on black people, and that's fair. Speaking plainly of our inmates here, 60% African American, 30% are Hispanic. Yeah. If segregation didn't happen, there would be way more violence. I'm confused what you just said. I'm so sorry. Static. All you gotta do is go into any blue city and wait for an hour. You'll see it firsthand. We need to be careful with isolationism. I think we need to continue trade and good relations. I agree. Charlie Kirk uses misleading fact to jump to harmful conclusions. What conclusions did he jump to? So I've heard Kirk talk about the racist thing because obviously if someone says someone is racist, my ears perk up because I'm black. So I've heard the people come up to the mic and say, Charlie, you're racist. And he said, name one thing I said that was racist. And they would talk about white privilege or something like that. But every time he brought up issues in the black community, it was never to punch down on the black community, say that the black community is less than. It was actually to say that the black community was capable of so much more, but they were holding themselves down. And I think that's where people got upset. I don't think people actually get upset, and that's why I don't think anyone talks about that part of the conversation, because his conclusion, whether it be right or wrong, as a black American, I can kind of agree with it, because I've seen firsthand in my own family how differences in culture can change the outcome of someone's life, right? I've seen what it looks like if someone is stuck in a culture that black America sometimes glorifies. I've seen what it looks like when fathers aren't in their kids' homes, and that's what that's all I ever heard him talk about. We need to get fathers back into black homes, and we need to change culture, black American culture, and it starts with getting fathers back into the home. How is that racist? What would it take for you to believe Charlie Kirk was a racist? For him believing something, because racism, right? What is racism? It's believing some sort of either superiority on your race or less than about it, less thanism, or hating someone based off of their race. So I don't like black people because they're black, or I don't like white people because they're white, is racist.
Round 4.
Making a claim to try to find a solution to a evident problem is not racism. Talking about race problems is not racism. This is going to be a long stream, Muli, probably. Why are you talking about that guy again? I don't know. People want to talk about it. How do you figure that out? Do they have to say it plainly? Is that the only way? Well, listen, Ralphie, the same thing that it takes you to get to the point of calling someone racist would be the same thing it takes for anybody. That should be the same thing it takes for anyone to get to that conclusion. But, and listen closely here, if you are saying something and you're like, yes, he's racist because of this, and then everyone else is saying, that's not really racist, what are you talking about? And then you go and say, well, what would it take you to think he's racist? Maybe you should take a step back and say, wait a minute, what would it take for me to think that he's actually racist? Like, because I'm not the one that really needs to be convinced. I think it's you. If you don't have something quid pro quo, and the reason I'm so harsh on stuff like this is because I used to believe stuff just like you did, Ralphie. I was very afraid of Donald Trump for a very long time. Even though he was president for 4 years, I was scared of him being reelected when he ran against Biden, because everyone kept spewing, Trump is racist. He's going to bring back slavery. He's going to take away rights for American people, or black American people. He's going to send you back to Africa. I heard it all, and I was deeply afraid, and I thought Trump was racist. I truly did. I really thought that. And then what did I have to do? I had to stop looking at just the quotes that people were saying, look, Trump is racist because he said this one sentence. And I'm like, man, that sentence looks real bad. Maybe I should look at the whole conversation. And what do you know? My fear was alleviated. And I don't believe Trump is racist anymore. Is he a good president? That's questionable, right? Right? I think he's doing a whole lot, which is cool. It's cool to see things change. But racist? No. I'm a crazy racist. That's life. Donald Trump isn't racist. Are you kidding me? Yeah. I don't like what? Change isn't always good. That's why I said good president, you know. I'm not going to say bad president, but it's cool to see things change, because a lot of times you get a president and then everything just kind of stays the same, and you're like, what was the point of voting? Like, it's all the same regardless. So that's what I meant by that. How do you feel about the Supreme Court allowing open discrimination, detaining brown people? Oh, you're talking about the ICE thing? I don't know. I'm torn on it because obviously most of America understands that the open borders led to a real problem. And so it's kind of like an emergency situation almost. And I can't help but feel for people like that because obviously as a race that used to have to deal with stop and frisk laws, you know, in a lot of states and stuff like that. Just because you're black, you get stopped. And sometimes, sometimes I'll be walking through a store. I'm not going to lie. I tell my wife all the time. And I swear they be following me. I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know who they are. But they be following me. It's because I'm black. Like, you know, I know. You know, I can't prove it. I can't prove it, but I know. Hey, what's up, Squire? I know it. Yo, Spacewalk, what's up, bro? Thank you for the tier 2. Said, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter sweet and sweet for bitter. Isaiah 5:20. And Paradise, thanks for the 8-month. So you don't like when they do it to you, but it's fine for them to do it to others? No.
Round 2.
I'm saying I understand where the concern comes from, but it sucks that some people ruin it for everybody else. If everyone who came to the country illegally, came to the country, got a good job, was working on getting their visa or getting their green card or getting their legal status, and all they did was like get a job and start becoming a part of communities and start, you know, helping make America better, you know, and they just happen to come illegally. Bro, not an issue. No one would care, and that's probably why no one cared for a very long time. But that's just not what's happening anymore. Every time you see it, and yeah, it might be sensationalized a little bit, or they might be pushing it a little bit, but every time, you know, an American citizen is killed by someone who probably shouldn't have been here. It's lit, and you want to know what's so funny? It's the exact same issue. It's the exact same issue. Listen to me. As the gun issue. It's the exact same issue. It's just flipped. It's the exact same issue. Get rid of all the guns so we don't have it happen even once. Just one is too many.
Victory.
Interesting. Interesting. On both your quotes, do you have the full video, not just a comment taken out of context? Yes, chat. Remember, if someone is coming at you with a quote and trying to make a claim based off of a quote, make sure you get the full context. Don't just believe things because someone drops a quote. The amount of people trying to spread fear and division and hate with a quote, sometimes not even an accurate quote, by the way. And it's actually super easy now because now you can ask AI. You have no excuse. Before you had to do a little bit of digging. Now you can just ask AI, did so-and-so say so-and-so? And it'll give you a full summary. Y'all know how to cheat in school. Y'all can cheat in ethics, all right? Ask AI. I'm not a big fan of AI. I don't use it very often, but it'll do it for you. It'll do it for you. I'm digging in, Muli. Let's go. What's up, Sasuke? Whoa, we're getting a lot of support. I missed it. Yo, Beans, thanks for the hearted out, bro. Jason, thank you. Josh, thank you. Atomic, thank you. RK, thank you. Appreciate all the support on TikTok, guys. Thank you. I can provide video evidence. Kirk yelling at Asian audience member, calling him a slur. Okay. What's that? What's that evidence of? Fear, division, hate is what Charlie spreads. Just because it doesn't affect him only doesn't mean it's not true. But that he doesn't. That's not what he spreads at all. I've listened to the man talk. I've listened to the man talk. Someone who's obviously maybe like transgender comes up to the mic. Let me paint a picture for you guys. This is what all of his conversations were like. Maybe like 99% of them. Obviously comes up. Hey Charlie, why do you hate us? I don't hate you.
Round one.
I love all people. I love you. And I want to tell you the truth about who you are. So why do you say things that lead to the killing like of our people? Talking about transgenderism. And he's like, there is nothing I want bad to happen to y'all. Nothing. Because I love you, but I do not affirm that men can be women. Women can become men. Men can become pregnant. Because I love you too much to lie to you. In fact, I feel like it would be less loving to lie to affirm a delusion. That's what he would say. And since he stands on that stance and he doesn't buckle to, okay, let me just be nice and say, yes, men can be women and women can be men, all of a sudden now he's transphobic. And it happens with race, it happens with religion, it happens with everything. Just because he has a stance, or had a stance, sorry, he's no longer with us, but has a stance that came to an opposite conclusion. He had reasoning for that conclusion, not just feelings. He actually had reasoning for those conclusions he came to. All of a sudden, he becomes hateful, divisive, racist, homophobic. My guy spoke so clearly, and still it's missed. I mean, at the very best, I will just say that maybe people just haven't heard him talk. And if they haven't heard him talk, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They've just been put into a frenzy by the misquoted out of context text. And a lot of people have, a lot of people, they get scared based off of something they see, because I was one of those people. And maybe they actually haven't done any of looking into it themselves. And like, for those people, I feel bad for those people, and I feel like anger towards people who try to use that to spread an ideology. They try to use fear to try to get more people to agree with them. And I'll say this, and I hope it sticks with some people. If someone is trying to scare you to get you into action, they are trying to control you. If someone is trying to scare you, they're using something that makes you feel afraid. They know exactly what they're doing. They are trying to control you. Get the full picture and then make a decision. Don't go off that initial fear. Always, always, always. Because it happened to me. Donald Trump is gonna send black people back to slavery. Oh my gosh. Bro, I was terrified. I was the night of the election, the Trump versus Biden election. I could not sleep. I had to make sure that Trump lost. I had to make sure he lost because I was so sure, based off of those out of context clips I saw, that he was racist and that he was about to put me back in slavery. I didn't even think, wait, he was president for 4 years already. Maybe there's something weird happening, because they were trying to scare people into voting. They were trying to scare people into thinking the way they think. If someone is trying to scare you, if they are using a fear-based tactic, it's just a control tactic. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Muli doesn't care about politics, yet all he talks about for 2 days now. I mean, it's in the forefront now, because I will probably never vote. I will probably never vote because my kingdom is the kingdom of heaven. That's what I care about. And I have never seen a true Christian candidate. If I ever saw someone who was a real Christian candidate, and I mean, like, I hate to say it, I know some of you guys are going to be like, what? But someone like Charlie Kirk, I would never vote because I don't care. I don't think that they're any better than anyone else in most instances. I've never seen the need to vote. But with the assassination of Kirk, there's been a fire lit, not just for me, but for a lot of people, because we've been scared to talk about these things, because if you say anything that doesn't immediately agree with what a lot of the younger generation or what people would call like left-leaning ideologies agree with, instantly you're racist or you're homophobic or you're transphobic or you're fatphobic or you're whatever. And a lot of stuff that you say, it just aligns with reality. Like earlier I said, yeah, man, it probably makes sense that we have stricter immigration laws. Oh, you hate Mexican people. And that's everything. That's everything. Like, and so a lot of us just stay quiet because it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Heck, earlier I was just asking a question. Hey, you guys are saying that, you know, Kirk was pro genocide because of something. Is the thing going on in Israel and Palestine, like the Israeli government, the Palestine citizens, and the Hamas terrorist group? They said, what? Horrible take. Wow, you're pro genocide, Muli? I'm like, what the heck? I was asking a question. And that's what it is. And so many people have been afraid to talk about stuff like this. But I think with the Charlie Kirk thing, I think more people are going to be more embracing to have their opinions be shown. Because it seemed one way, you know, that America was one way. But I promise you, Charlie, he shared the values of the vast majority of America. He was a moderate, center-right, outspoken Christian man. That's where most people are. They're right there in the middle, slightly to the right, because you honestly can't be a part of the left, because if you say anything against anything that they've made a definitive edition on, you're automatically some slur. You're fascist because I don't know. I don't even know how people use the word fascism anymore. It's thrown around so much. You're racist. You're homophobic. Like, you're evil, bro. Like, they just throw around these words like it's candy. So most people in America, not by their own choice, but they've been pushed that way. They've been pushed there because the differences in ideology force them to. Oh wow, you won't say that boys can become girls? You're not okay with puberty blockers? Wow, transphobic. I'm like, what the heck? Like, I mean, what do you guys expect? That's it's getting more and more like that. Heck, I even saw some people that said that if you weren't like almost borderline celebrating Kirk being assassinated, this is what it takes to be on that side of the spectrum now. If you're not borderline celebrating someone being murdered out in cold blood, you know, you're on the wrong side of history. What? That's what it takes? Well, I'm sorry, I can't. What did Padme say in that movie when Anakin was taking over the Empire and she was trying to bring him back? And he was like, come with me. And she was like, you're going down a path I can't follow. I can't get there, bro. Let me clarify, by repeatedly referring to immigrants as disproportionate perpetrators of violent crimes, then that is fear-mongering. I agree. Only a Sith deals in absolutes, lol. You're not wrong, but you're not right either, you feel me? And that's how most things are. It's not black and white. There's some gray area and wiggle room, which is why conversation is so important. And that's all Charlie ever wanted to do. He wanted to unify with conversation. Was he a perfect person? No. But he was doing more to unify this country and our youth, our people, than I've ever seen anyone do. Ever. And it was actually working because people like me do it. I do it all the time. And I'll get like 50 people watching me. But imagine millions of people being able to see a clash of ideas and actually care about it. Oh, you know, Kai Cenat's doing a mafia-thon. I'd rather watch that. No, let's talk about worldviews. And more people would care about the worldviews. He was doing something so amazing, bro. He was doing something so amazing, man. Just because from personal experience doesn't matter, there is no point. Yeah, well, people are going to see a point to it now. If anything. Glad did get changes. His skewer got buffed. I don't think he had the intentions you think. Yeah, every time I watch Kirk speak, his intentions were to bring together the family unit, to bring people closer to purpose, and to bring people to the gospel of Jesus Christ. He wanted freedom, he wanted equality, he wanted family values, and he wanted everyone to be saved. Who we talking about? Charlie Kirk. History always repeats itself. True that. He supported, people keep saying that, RKS drill, but no one's ever said how. I don't see anywhere Kirk being pro G side. I've seen him be anti-Hamas, but I feel like that's kind of like the evident thing. Like, I feel like everyone isn't, and please forgive me. I've stayed away from these topics for the most part. So if anyone could what's the word? Enlighten me. Is there a group of people that are pro-Hamas? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? How's your day? My day's going great. Like, everyone is pretty anti-Hamas, right? Brother is choosing to ignore it, huh? I'm pro-children. What is Hamas? So Hamas is the terrorist organization that Israel is trying to defeat, right? And so remember, it's not all black and white, right? You can be anti what Israel is, how they're going about it, but like, you don't have to go full pro Hamas, right? The UN has repeatedly said that Israel is defying international law and treatment of Palestinian people and their territory. Yeah, and I mean, that sucks. But like, we don't just swing the whole other way, right? So is that actually what's happening? So is that why people are saying that Charlie is pro-genocide? Because he's not pro-Hamas? Muli got 3-0'd. It happens to the best of us. Will never happen again. Never seen you lose. You'll never see it again. Unless I lose again, because I'm rematching this guy. Hamas messed up big time, but it's not like there's no backstory to such a terroristic behaviors. Right. Just came out, shooters in custody. Yeah, I saw that. That dude was kind of tough. We're going to be tough on him with our new buffed conqueror. He questioning got killed. I heard that. I've been keeping up with the Israel political scene also, and all anti-genocider politicians are being silenced. Yapping too much, gotta lock in. I can do both. Put me in, Muli, I'll 3-0 you. No, you won't. I've never seen this before. You got this, Muli? I got it, bro. Do you think Charlie was set up? I don't think so. Kinda lame is an understatement. Remember, you're always welcome here. I know it's been difficult with other chatters today. Oh yeah, he is pro-genocide because he said he doesn't recognize the Palestinians and their right to exist. That doesn't stack. I'm gonna have to disagree with you because there's no way. You can't be a Christian and have that viewpoint. And I'm confident that he was. So I would have to take a stance back on that. Their right to exist? So you're telling me I have never in my life heard that. He say that, bro? Let me lay on that. Or let me hit that. Show me. Did he say Palestinians or the Palestine country? Very important to clarify. I don't know. You disagree with no evidence that he didn't say it? Well, I have evidence of his character. So like, let's say you guys know me, right? And someone out there sends you a message and says, Mully said that people that play Highlander are absolute punks. No skill, losers. You guys would look at that person and say, Mully said people who play that play Highlander are losers, but haven't you seen how big Highlander's sword is? Okay, right? I would hope you guys would question that, because obviously Highlander's the best character in the game. He's the coolest, and he's got the biggest sword. All right, bro?
Victory.
He said Palestine country didn't exist. Huh? Okay. Well, I don't care about the country. He said people. He said people. I want your thoughts and opinions on why 9/11 happened, if you don't mind slightly changing the subject. It is 9/11. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I missed it.
Victory.
Hey, this guy left. Dang, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? Not losing this time. Yeah, I don't... So I've heard multiple things about 9/11. Obviously, the war, the oil, George W. Bush, the inside job thing. It wasn't the planes. There was actually bomb. Well, I've heard it all. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on it because I haven't looked into it deeply enough. I'm skeptical at best. But the tragedy overarchingly covers the premise of 9/11, in my opinion, right? I feel like most of my energy towards it just goes towards feeling bad for the people who lost their lives during 9/11. A pacifist, strong pro-Palestinian stance and criticism of Israel does not equate to pro-Hamas stance. It's all Israel. I've been hearing that so much. Israel's behind everything. Again, you're actively ignoring what is being said. Charlie was fighting against Diab because he doesn't want to have to question whether or not... Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yo, Jixter, what's up, bro? Will you play Hitos in 4? Maybe. Please stop covering these topics. People are looking for a gotcha moment. I don't mind if people... This is good stuff to have, Ralphie, because I want people to get used to rhetoric and how to spot rhetoric quickly. I can so quickly decide whether or not someone is trying to spread something or if someone is trying to inform me of something instantly, just based off of their presentation, what is being said. And I know whether or not this is something I can take at face value, or this is something that I need to, question because it's a little off, right? Are they using buzzwords? Are they trying to get me to feel a certain way? Right? Are they being openly critical even of their own stance? Or are they just attacking someone? Are they attacking someone's character? Are they attacking something that someone can't change? Or are they actually coming after people's ideas? Because once people start attacking character or looks, I automatically, my brain turns off to their ideas because I'm like, you really can't back up what you're saying. If someone comes at me and it's like, hey man, Peacekeeper really is the best character, and I'm like, nah bro, Highlander's the best character because Highlander has the biggest weapon, most versatile kit, and they're like, yeah but you have a big forehead.
Round 2.
Instant, you know? And so I like my stream having these talks and this open discussion, because I want more people to be sort of like used to these things as they come, because there are a lot of younger people who watch the stream, and there's a lot of impressionable people who dare I say it, they don't even have time to double check if the things that they believe are actually true are true. They don't have time. They're too busy slaving away, working their freaking butts off, trying to survive another day. They don't have time to look into freaking what's going on in Palestine. They don't have time to look into what Charlie Kirk is saying on the internet. They got 10 minutes on the internet and they got to get back to work. And so I love conversations like these. I love a clashing of ideas, because people really get to see the difference between different ideologies and worldviews and how they try to get people to agree with them. How do I get you guys to try to agree with what I'm saying? Hey, I want you to agree with what I'm saying, so you should probably look into it and make a conclusion based off of a full understanding of what's going on. How do other people maybe try to get you to believe into it? You have to believe this because he's a fascist. You don't want to be friends with a fascist, do you? Oh, he's a racist. You know you can't support a racist, so get out of there. It's like, how do... And people go for it, you know? He threw me on the bomb. Help.
Defeat.
Help me. Help me. Let's not act like your name alone can't get you eliminated from a job pool. Huh? You're defending Charlie Kirk? Yes. Yes. I do not agree with anything Charlie did or said, but nobody deserves that fate in front of them. Can I ask you a question real quick? Bitey smash smash. Because I've seen that a lot. I've seen so many people say, I don't agree with anything Charlie did or said. So and let me just test that. Let me just test that. Do you believe that families are better in a full family emblem? So the mother's in the home, the father's in the home, the child's in the home. Or do you think it's better when families are broken? Single mom, single dad? I think it's worth to have the cost. Hold on. You guys are making me forget who I was talking to. I was talking to Bitey. All right, let me. I'm looking for Bitey. Bitey, my boy Bitey. Where'd you go? No, I lost Bitey. Bitey, where were you on? Oh, I'm here. Oh. You're on TikTok. Yeah. Do you think it's better to live in a home with the mother, the father? Yeah, so of course. So you believe in that? So that's something you agree with Charlie Kirk. Do you believe that people have a heart issue more than a weapon issue? So do you think that the world is getting more and more evil, or do you think that everyone is... I mean, there are a lot of people who are Christian who don't know that Charlie was Christian. But it's not really their fault. They've just been told the stuff that he said out of context and not really his character. But I mean, you listen to him talk for 2 seconds and you're like, oh yeah, this guy, he knows. I think it's worth to have the cost of... Yo, Black Void, can I ask you a question? That doesn't make sense. You can be a liberal Christian. You can be a liberal Christian. I agree. It would be tougher nowadays, but, you know, maybe still voting liberal while not holding all liberal values. You can still be Christian. just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you're automatically a good person. Being a Christian means you understand that you're not a good person. That's one of the big key indicators of someone if they say they're Christian, because they understand them being good has nothing to do with it, which Charlie understood. Man can't defend his previous argument and switches up. Wait, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was having a previous argument. What did I switch up on, Alpha? Why couldn't you be a liberal Christian? I was raised like... I think you could be a liberal Christian. Taco with the tier 3! Oh, not you, Muli? Oh, okay, sorry. You said when you stopped... He said when you stop talking, violence starts, and that is true. However, if one side resorts to violence and won't talk, they can't be spoken to, can't negotiate with terrorists, it will get worse. Yeah, but we have to remember, like, we still need to lead with love. We are promised persecution as Christians. The Bible actually says in John that the world will not embrace you if you have a Christian foundation. In fact, the world can't. You're not one of its own. You belong to me. But do not dismay if the world hates you, because it hated me first. So, I mean, it's unfortunately to be expected. And I say that to say this, because I feel like we're coming to a time where people think that there is an inherent evil that needs to be dwelled. And as a Christian, it is not our job to take matters into our own hands when it comes to quelling evil and outside the norms, right? If you're voting a certain way to push Christian values, let's go for it. If you're teaching a certain way, if you're doing something a certain way to promote it, awesome. But don't think that it's okay to start to not love these people, to not show Jesus' love and redemptive power to these people in all things, regardless of what they believe, regardless of what they say. You love them. Even if they are your enemy, you love them. People are still going to die removing guns, only disarms those who can't fight back. Bro literally said most crime is from blacks, which isn't true.
Round 5.
I think he was talking about violent crime arrest statistics. I changed it to arrest because someone earlier said it was arrests. Most violent crime arrests are from black Americans, specifically male. But I mean, that's just a statistic. I don't know the actual numbers. But I mean, I ain't gonna lie, bruh. Even if we don't look at numbers specifically, if we just look at percentages, it ain't looking good for us black folks. It ain't looking good, and we know it. We know it. That's proof of racial profiling. I'm not a Christian, but I'd pull the trigger on evil to protect those who believe. If you are in a situation to protect human life, as a Christian, you are obligated to do so. But what I fear is going to happen is people are going to start stretching what that means. So, for instance, if I'm out and there's like an active shooter at like a Walmart, God forbid, you know, if I'm alone, or if my family is safe, and there's something that I can do besides just recklessly put myself in danger, but if there's something I can do, you know, maybe I see a Highlander sword in the corner and I'm like, I think if I get my hands on the sword, I could beat him 1v1, you know, and I'm obligated to do so to protect innocent people. Like, that's something as a Christian, like, you are meant to love everyone to that regard, especially as a man. As a woman, I don't know, maybe, you know, I think your life is a little bit more precious than ours. So, right, we're just meat shields, right? But but I don't want people to start stretching that into thinking, oh, because people think that killing unborn children is okay, that we need to take them out, or that, you know, people think it's okay to assassinate people who don't believe with them. believe what they believe. We got to take them out, right? I don't want us to get into this scary part, because the Bible says that vengeance is His, and He is storing up wrath to pour out on those last days. We are not promised long lives. In fact, the good will die young. To protect them from the things ahead. That's biblical. That's biblical. So if you're living past 80, I'm not saying you're not good, but the Bible, right? That was a terrible take. I'm sorry. I take that back. But it does say that. It does say that. No one questions when the good die young, but God is protecting them from the things to come. It does say that. But not to say if you're living to be old that you're not Christian or something like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, help me. All right, Montague. Wait, did he beat me twice? Help me. Y'all's faith make me wish I found God. You still can. I'm confident, and I know you guys aren't going to believe me, to the non-believers in chat, but whenever something like this happens, whenever something with Charlie happens, whenever you find a stream like mine, that happens, there aren't accidents. The Holy Spirit calls upon all people. The Bible says that God will leave the 99. So the people who already follow Him, He will leave them to find the one, the lost sheep that got away, because He is the good shepherd, and He cares as much, if not more, for the lost than He does the people, the ones that are found. He cares more to put in that extra effort to leave His flock to go find you. And so when you see things like this, you hear someone talking about Jesus, you hear someone trying to spread the gospel to you, it's not them. They're merely just being obedient to what Jesus has commanded them to do. What's really happening is the Holy Spirit is calling on you, right? You're being like, Jesus is literally reaching out to you and saying, hey, another chance to maybe give me a try. You've tried it this way, you've tried it that way, you've tried it your way, you've tried it the world's way, you've tried it society's way, and I mean, it leads to destruction every time, but like, hey, maybe your heart's soft enough to try me, and I promise I'll never leave you, I'll never forsake you, and I won't let you down. So yeah. Do you support Charlie using the Bible to justify Gaza G-side? I still haven't seen Gaza or Charlie supporting genocide. He was a Christian. He constantly said that all human life was precious. So it would take some pretty crazy what's the word? Talks from him to come to that conclusion. But I'm very interested to see if I ever see it. I have actually listened to Charlie talk quite a bit. Not all of his stuff. I don't even follow him on social media, which is crazy to think about, because I really did. His stuff resonated with me so much so that it affected how I ran my stream, you know. But I've never seen that. I got some reading to do. I'm a lurk. Yo, have a good one, bro. Enjoy that lurkening. That has absolutely no bearing on the discussion and reads like an attempted brag. Beware of the sin of pride. Alpha, Xbox. I think he said that Palestine doesn't exist. Wait, so they took that and they said that he supports genocide because of that?
Round 5.
Yo, sorry if I missed anyone. I've seen a lot of people defend Charlie, but I can tell you, with you, it's coming from a place of good faith. You can't speak on what you didn't see or hear personally. Yeah, I agree. And my only issue with a lot of people attacking, or not even attacking, but maybe just coming after the character of Kirk, is that a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing, it's very, what's the word? Out of context, and it's just political buzzwords that have been just kind of adapted to get people to think a certain way. And I mean, I can't follow that stuff. Like, I don't care if you say the word genocide. Like, I'm not going to instantly go clutch my pearls and just agree with what you said. You know what I mean? I'm actually going to be like, okay, that's a crazy claim. Can I have evidence of that claim? Because I want to know. But the evidence is that's just not the case. People twist words so much. People don't even twist words. People just kind of like, well, you're right. People do twist words, but in this instance, they're not even twisting words. They're taking like 4 words and they're taking it out and they're putting it here and they're coming to a conclusion and making a claim based off of it. And like, I just can't get behind that. He did say he would question a black pilot's qualifications, though. Why did he say that, Christian? Why did he say that? I had a certain view of him, but you've also taught me a lot of things about him that I wasn't aware of. Oh, that's cool. My pearls, I'm telling you. Christian, why? Why did he say that? That's the sentence. That's the sentence. Did you guys notice? Notice what I do here, chat. Christian said, he did say that he would question a black pilot's qualifications, though, ... Great. What did you just hear? What did you just hear? Right? Now, I'm not saying Christian is doing this, but people have done this. But what was the conclusion that people came to? He's racist because he said something about black pilots. Well, interesting. Well, let's see. And what do? I say, all right, well, what's that pertaining to? Christian actually knows. He was speaking about DEI. Now, is there anything that you can put together in your head, because maybe you haven't listened to the whole conversation, on where someone talking about DEI and someone talking about black pilots not being qualified could maybe mesh together? Can you work that out?
Done my glass.
I still don't agree with the concept, including context. What don't you agree with? Charlie denied that Israel was intentionally killing Palestinian children, which denies that Israel is committing genocide. Wait, so there's something out there that's showing that Israel is targeting Palestinian children? Can I see that? I've never seen that. Israel is targeting Palestinian children?
Round 2.
Palestinian children. Hey, stop hitting me. Oh, I hit him. My bad. DI didn't hire the underqualified at opportunities to less fortunate people who would likely not have access to these jobs. That's not what DEI does. And I say this from someone who's benefited from DEI. I say this from someone who's benefited from DEI. So for those of you who don't know, I'm black. Hi. Now, I can't speak for everyone because I do know of some people who specifically get funding because of DEI measures. I have a good friend who does a lot of, what's it called? She does like experiments and stuff like that. She's like a scientist or something like that. But for me, from this point of view, I was someone who got special treatment on Twitch. I didn't know it at the time. It's because I was black. Since October 7th, Israel has killed at least 17,400 children. Well, that's not what I was asking. You made a claim that Israel was intentionally, because remember, words have meaning. Words have meaning. So the word genocide, it means something. And so I kind of clarified to make sure we weren't going after a straw man. We're actually going after the actual topic at hand. And so, yeah, that number is grotesque. I agree. Is it the full picture? Yes or no? Yo, WorthTub said, sorry for missing yesterday's stream. I'm on break at the moment, so I've only got a few minutes. Bro, and I missed your bits. Thank you, WorthTub. regardless of DEI, an occupation as important as pilot would never question the I would never question the qualifications. I would never want to, but I could if it went far enough. But anyways, let me finish my story. So I was someone who, you know, who sort of, what's the word? What did I get? I benefited. Yes, sorry. I benefited from DEI or affirmative action. So, what did that look like for me? Obviously, I'm a good streamer. I would never say that I'm a bad streamer, right? I'm a good streamer. You know, dare I say it, I'm a great streamer, okay? But I have not done the work or have not gotten the recognition to make me a big streamer. And there are certain things that were once withheld for big streamers to have. One of those things was being on the front page of Twitch. So a while back, about 2 years ago, I was reached out by someone who came into my stream, and you know, I thought, you know, they were just, and maybe they were, but I thought they were just someone who enjoyed the content. I really did think they were just someone who enjoyed the content. And they said, hey, I'm going to reach out to you about this thing. I got a really cool opportunity coming up. I'm like, awesome, great, let's go. And I'm talking to him, I'm getting set up with it, and I'm like, man, this is so cool. Someone who works for Twitch is actually reaching out to me. I'm getting recognized. My content is worthwhile, and it's finally gonna be shown. And they said they were sending me money to upgrade my setup. That's why I have some of the stuff I have now. I have this super expensive camera. I was able to buy, they gave me all my ring lights and my stream deck. I got all that for free. It was super cool, and I was super excited. I was super excited, and I get to the actual point of doing, you know, my front page carousel, because that's what it was. They gave me a whole bunch of stuff to upgrade my stream, and then they promised me once a week to be on the front page of Twitch, which it used to be a big deal. It's not a big deal anymore, but it used to be a big deal. And man, I was so happy. I was so happy. They didn't tell me, and I didn't realize it until it started. But it was February. I think that's the month, right? February. And when it was announced by Twitch and they showed me, the whole point of them doing it was just to show that they were doing something cool for Black History Month. And so I thought, you know, someone from Twitch actually liked my content, actually figured I was worthwhile. I just happened to be a black guy in good standings who was a good enough streamer. And, you know, I got put on the front page of Twitch, and it definitely hit a little bit, you know. And this is what DEI does, right? It says that, you know, me as a person, I didn't have the same opportunities as, you know, the soda poppins, the white streamers, XQCs, and so I need a little bit of extra help. And so I'm gonna get the same opportunities they got without the same, you know, results. And so if I ever hear anyone talking about DEI, I completely can understand some form of affirmative action at the educational level, helping people from inner cities get a better education, want to pursue better lives for themselves. But when it comes to the actual profession, and then saying, hey, you know what? Just because you're black and you're good enough, we're gonna give you a shot. Bro, that's not it, bro. That's not it. And people should have looked at me and said, why is this guy on the front page of Twitch? They should have. They should have. Because I did not deserve to be there. I truly did not. Now, if my content is how it was now, then yeah, I could be on the front page of Twitch. But I was not the streamer I was today 2 years ago. I was a terrible streamer. And I got absolutely nothing from that. except for some new equipment. Thanks, Twitch. And Elgato. Shout out to you guys. And so, yeah, I can get down with what Charlie was trying to say when it comes to DEI. I don't want to have to look at someone in a position of power and say, did you just get that position because you're a woman? Did you just get that position because you're black? Or, like, are you actually the best candidate?
Round 3.
Because when it comes to something like flying a plane, you know, we get lots of plane crashes every year. I kind of want the best. If the best happens to be black, amen, more power to you, brother. But if the 10 best happen to be white and they say, you know what, forget about those guys, let's get the 11th best. It's not to say that he's a bad pilot because he's black. No. But it's something that you, unfortunately, are going to have in the back of your head. I agree with that take. I actually don't know how you cannot agree with that take. But, I mean, people disagree with it, so, I mean, I guess you can. I don't get it, though. I still wouldn't think... I wouldn't think that now. But if DEI affirmative action became the norm, I would. And I've seen the clip of Charlie talking about this matter, and that's what he was saying. He said, I don't want to have to worry about this. I don't want to have to worry about if I see someone in a position of power or a position of control over my life, like flying a plane, if they're qualified. I don't want that to. I don't want that to have to be in my brain. But with DEI becoming more and more the norm, which thank goodness it's not anymore, I don't have to worry about that. That's a good thing. So now I can see a black pilot and say, "What's up, brother? Top of your class, let's go." Do a backflip tomorrow. Muli, did you see the stuff on Israel killing? So the stuff I've seen with the definition of genocide is based on intention. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. The plausible deniability of Israel to say that they are not intentionally doing this is what makes the conversation really difficult to call. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying, because I don't see anywhere where this is an intentional taking of life. I can see how people can get there. Don't get me wrong, because if the history is true, which, I mean, history is generally true, right? Palestine, today that we know it, around 1943, wasn't really there. It was under the Ottoman Empire, and it was pretty much withheld from people fleeing places for the Jewish people. And they were kicked out from people being kicked out of, like, Egypt, Lebanon, stuff like that, surrounding areas. And then, you know, Jewish people were kicked out from that point, and so they were kind of pushed out. And then that's where this whole thing has just kind of been going. And so if you're thinking back that far, then Israel in power now could be like, oh, whoops, extra bomb here, whoops. I see a large mass of people, my bad. Yeah, I can see how people can get there. But without, like, it's plausibly, like, you're right, it's plausibly deniable. And that would be enacting the intention of other people without even knowing them, and that, like, that's such a stretch. That's such a stretch. And so if that's a stretch, think of how much more of a stretch it is to say that Charlie Kirk was pro-genocide when you can't even get to the point of claiming genocide from the act of people actually doing it. Didn't the black pilot complete the same training and have the same qualifications as the white pilot? Why would we be skeptical of the black pilot because of DEI? I had my whole take on it. If you missed some of it, I'm sorry, Silver Angel. But like I said, as someone who what's the word? Benefited from DEI-like measures, affirmative action-like measures, I can confidently say I understand where the man was coming from. Please, man, it's clear to every Gazan must be destroyed. It's a quote of Moshada Ben Gvir said even worse stuff. That's the administration Kirk afforded. Who's the person in charge? Because I have seen people in positions of power saying stuff like that, but not like all the way up to the top. So it would be like if Greg Abbott said something, you know what I mean? And it's like, and then all of a sudden, if someone supports America, they're supporting Greg Abbott, you know what I mean? So that's what I would be. Have a blessed day, Muli. Keep up the good work. I pray you have a wonderful stream and blessed week. Thank you, bro. Do you have any input delay with controller? A little bit, but not a lot. Just because the family had a view doesn't mean he had those same views. There's a reason his father gave him up. Oh, yeah. Benjamin Netanyahu. So what has Benjamin said? That's who I care about. Oh, help me. These are people in Netanyahu's party that are part of the administration still. No repercussions for them after calling for collective punishment. Come on, it's so obvious. That's not obvious to me because I've been in places where people disagree and they're still in positions. Did I ever say thank you to WorthTub for the 10 gifted subs? So it's extremely clear you know so painfully little about the subject. Yes, but here's the difference, Spooky. I know so little about the subject, so I haven't made a conclusion on it. But if someone comes to me with a conclusion, I'm gonna ask questions. And that's what everyone should do. Have you asked questions? When someone comes to you and says something, makes a claim, Spooky? It doesn't mean you're not out here spreading hateful rhetoric. Oh my goodness. It's happening to me too, chat. I was asking questions. And I'm spreading hateful rhetoric.
Victory.
Wow. Chat, we're hateful.
Round 4.
I was having a conversation. It makes sense. How did you win? Don't worry about it. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, it happens, chat. We just saw it in real time what constitutes as hateful rhetoric. If you ever see someone say someone was being hateful, I would definitely question what it is they're saying is hateful. I was trying to learn more. Dang! I fully believe you're curious, and I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate it. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy someone in here disagrees with me so I can learn more about it. But bro, we hateful. Dang, that's crazy. I think there's a difference between hateful and spreading bad rhetoric. But you just said I was doing both. So there's a difference, and I did both of them. Chat, words have meaning. Don't just use buzzwords to get people to agree with you. Words have meaning. And understand, using the wrong words, it can hurt your cause. If you truly believe in these things and you truly want to see a change in these things, get it right, bro. Don't call people asking questions hateful. All you're going to do is you're going to push people who are also asking questions in the opposite direction. It happened to me. It happened to me. I've never voted, but I would say I was always moderate to left-leaning. I was getting closer and closer to being like, yeah, you know, I can see some socialist stuff happening, you know, things like that, left-leaning. But what happened, bro? In the past 6 years, you're not really allowed to not think differently than the vast majority of left-leaning people. So if you're someone who doesn't agree that, you know, trans athletes should be competing in their birth sex gender, competing with their people that they were born with, then you're transphobic. If you don't believe men can become women and women can become men, or men could become pregnant, or that kids should be able to transition or do puberty blockers, if you don't believe all of those things, all of a sudden you're hateful, you're spreading hateful rhetoric, you're transphobic, you're homophobic, you're this, you're that. And it's like, I was there with you. I was with you, brother. I was hanging out. We were getting closer and closer, and you just pushed me to the whole other side. Because, I mean, words have meaning. Words have meaning. And you're literally pushing people away. I am worried about the Democratic Party, and I'm actually scared because I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist. I think because it doesn't make sense to me how blatantly stupid, and I'm going to use the word stupid, I'm sorry, left-leaning politics and left-leaning people have become in their quest to try to regain some semblance of power and some like resemblance of trust from the American people. It is absolutely stupid, from the whole Kamala thing just being instantly just put into the election, to what they were focusing on during the election, to how people are reacting to people being assassinated, to how people are treated if they think anything slightly different than you, even though we live in a literal United States, a melting pot of America. So you're telling me people can't think differently? I think there's something higher up than the two-party system, because the two-party system is kind of falling apart a little bit. They're trying to move to a one-party system, and they're forcefully making, and I think this is why Democratic people, they won't talk without a script. They won't go on to places and like have open conversations. Kamala wouldn't go on Joe Rogan. Everything has to be scripted. Everything has to be a certain way. They're purposely trying to completely just take away the second party. They're trying to make it to a one-party system. I can't prove it, but nothing else makes sense to me because it's just getting crazy for the average American out here. It's getting crazy. How the heck is anyone going to... You're telling me if I want to vote Democratic, I have to be okay with abortion, I have to be okay with transitioning kids, I have to be okay with terrorist organizations, I have to be okay with like what can I do? What can I do? Like how could I go that? How can I vote that way? Duke is a bit of a conspiracy theorist too and thinks the same things. I mean, how could you not? It doesn't make sense to me how, because the Democratic, I swear, I didn't remember too much about politics, but I was a Democrat because Republicans seem crazy, you know? Republicans seem crazy, you know? They did. But I've been forced to their side. I've been forced over there, and I've had the joy and the privilege of talking to people who are lifelong Republicans, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't quite agree with a lot y'all are saying. Y'all are still kind of crazy, you know. But at least my wife, you know, doesn't have to play soccer against dudes. You know, she's an athlete, by the way. She was a collegiate athlete. And my wife, bless her heart, she was a million times better of a soccer player than me. She played in college. She scored goals. She could kick it farther. She had better technique. I would clap her 1v1. I would clap her. And I played soccer for a total of maybe like 5 years, and she's played lifelong. And like the things you have to, you know, to go along with is crazy. What did I join to? Why I think there's a conspiracy happening, and they're purposely making the Democratic Party so unattainable for the average American so they can make their way to a one-party system. It used to be multiple parties. It was never meant to be a two-party system. I think the two-party system, people are starting to get too much similarity, and there's too many people that are moderate. And so now it's getting crazy, so everyone's just one party. Because, like, how could you? How could you? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Lame, unsubscribing. Wait, what did I do? You played soccer? Oh, okay, that's... Hey. Don't call it soccer. It's called football. It's hard to pay attention to the combo while I'm seeing a Viking swing a two-handed sword. It is. And you're about to see it some more. Actually, I'm getting clapped. Making these claims and statements with no basis other than this is what I've seen is dangerous. What do you mean? What do you mean? What did I get wrong? What did I get wrong? Bro, I'm telling you my personal experience. My personal experience. You did it to me. Spooky. Spooky. You just did it to me 10 seconds ago. Spooky. Literally. This is what Spooky is just says. Let me catch you guys up on Spooky. Spooky just said it's very harmful to say these things without with just saying this is what I've seen. It's dangerous, which is a fair statement. That's a good sentiment to make. I totally am for that, Spooky. I'm with you. This is how Spooky came into the stream. I was having a conversation with someone who was against Charlie Kirk's support of Israel in the Palestine war, and I didn't know a lot about it. So I was asking questions, literally just asking questions. Hey, man, what is going on with this? What do the leaders think? Like, why are we saying this is a G side? Like, how do we come to this conclusion that Charlie Kirk supported G side? I was asking a question. Spooky came in, the very person who just said what I was saying, that you have to agree with us, otherwise you're XYZ. Spooky came in and said, wow, I can't believe I'm seeing this hateful rhetoric. You just showed you don't know what you're talking about, and you're spreading this hateful rhetoric. And I was just asking questions. And that's literally what I'm saying. You can't even ask questions. Otherwise, you'll get labeled XYZ. And that's all I was saying. Oh, you don't think men can become women? Transphobic. That's what happens, bro. You literally just did it. You literally just did it. Maybe you should say, huh, maybe I shouldn't just make crash decisions and use harsh words against people who I truly don't understand their viewpoint on some things. Maybe I shouldn't make a conclusion on someone after listening to them speak for 5 minutes. Nah, hateful. Like, bro. I mean, it is transphobic to say women can't become men. No, it's not. That's not what that word means. Words have meaning. I love all people, even trans people, even Canadians, bro. Even Canadians. But I can't follow that. I can't follow that. And I've listened. I promise. There's this guy, chat. Maybe you guys have seen him. There's this guy on YouTube. He wears cat ears. He's a black guy, and he has short dreads. I don't know if you guys have seen him. But I've listened to him a lot because I care about these topics. I truly do. I promise I truly do. And I've listened to him, and he's very pro-trans. He's very anti-Trump. And I love listening to people like that, especially if they can articulate their stance as well. And he can. And I've listened. Oh, bro, I've listened. And I cannot get behind his reasoning. The reasoning is always vague at best and a misinterpretation or a straight up changing of definitions of words in order to affirm people and to be accepting. That's it. That's it. That's the bottom line. Affirmation, acceptance. That's it. Nothing else matters below that. You can lie. You can be delusional. You can just straight up put your head in the sand. As long as you're affirming and accepting, that's the bottom line. And I cannot follow that. I'm literally Padme. You're going down a road I can't follow, Anakin. I'm literally Padme. What happened to the 10 Commandments? They're still there. We're all under the 10 Commandments until you put your faith in Christ Jesus. Then you have the new covenant. That's what New Testament means. Testament is covenant. We're under a new covenant with Christ. Amen. Jesus came and died on the cross for our sins, so we are no longer a slave to the law. We're no longer a slave to sin, but we are slaves to God. And we are free. We are free to live out the purpose that God has for us, to be good, to love all people. So you don't have to worry about the 10 Commandments because you are one with Christ. You are under the new covenant of Christ. Now, granted, you still technically have to follow the 10 Commandments, but like, anyone truly who has put their faith in Christ and repented isn't going to want to break the 10 Commandments. So, I digress. Do you think it's right that Charlie would make his daughter keep a baby if SA? Yes. Because he's being consistent, and it's consistent with my worldview. I mean, this is the if anyone wants to talk about abortion, the topic needs to dive down very quickly, because the only thing that matters, and I'm not trying to be like hateful or shorten it or try to diminish anything or anybody's reasonings behind it, but the topic about abortion always is going to come down to the value of human life and when does human life begin. So come to your own conclusion on when you believe human life begins. If you're one of those people that's like, follow the science, look up scientific textbooks about when human life begins. Or if you're one of the people who just has an opinion based off of like some attribute that humans have, like breathing or whatever, right? Come to that conclusion, and then the consensus is, if we have laws that say that human life should be protected, if it is a human life, it should be protected. Yo, bro, you just died. Dang it. You're right.
Round 3.
Don't like the wording slave of God. Feels like you're forced to follow compared to servant. Well, the Bible says slave. It's less about using the word slave per se, and it's more about coming into like this understanding of what you belong to, because you say slave to God to sort of understand the dynamic of the slave to sin that you are. So a lot of people don't understand the dynamics of slave to sin. You are a slave to your flesh. You are a slave to the law, right? But when you switch it to slave to God, which somehow has a positive connotation, you can start thinking about it more clearly and what it truly means to be a slave to sin. That's why I say, whoa, hey, bro, what you edge walking for? Oh, no way, this guy just edge walked on me and is gonna kill me. No. And that's why I think the authors use that terminology. Remember, guys, words have meaning. No. Yo, tripled with the sub. Worth tub with the sub. Excuse me. What happened? How do we have a hype train on Twitch right now? All I got was 1 sub. What happened? To be for real, you are forced to follow. If your alternative is damnation, you don't really have a choice. If you want a good life, God doesn't force you. It's a clear choice. Yeah, it's clear. What's your opinion that Charlie said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? The reasoning of him saying it makes sense, because he was going statistically on who was better off. Who was better off? Someone gifted 10? Yeah, WorthTub gifted 10. I said thank you for it, but that was 25 minutes ago. Triple just dropped a brand new sub, and then we started a hype train. Triple subbed 4 minutes ago, and then we started a hype train. But a hype train requires at least 3 different people to at least sub once. And all I see is Triple subbed once. What the heck happened? You guys are breaking my Twitch channel with all of your support. Stop it. Does the Bible specify it's based off true events? Yeah. Hey, Pi. I guess I'll drop 100. This guy. Yo, if we get 100, we're going to be very close to our PK stream. We're at 1,311 subs right now. What does that matter? What does what matter? No way this guy is so brainwashed. What am I brainwashed about? Brainwashed is a word. If you guys don't know the meaning of brainwashed, it means your brain has been forced to believe a certain thing. Brainwashed meaning. Let's look at the exact meaning. Words have meaning, right? To be brainwashed means to have your beliefs, ideas, or attitudes radically changed, often through systematic and forceful methods like propaganda, psychological manipulation, isolation, to the point to where you abandon your original way of thinking and adopt a new imposed set of beliefs. So, what do you mean by brainwashed? Help me out here. What's up, Dirty? Bro, not ready for honor? We all are. Is being a follower and true follower the same as someone cashing in checks for heaven? I don't understand the sentiment. I'm so sorry. Is being a follower and a true follower the same as someone cashing in checks for heaven? Can you ask me again? I'm so sorry. One more time. It objectively isn't open thinking when it's biased answers. You can have biased answers because we all have biases, but you can still think openly about things and be open to having your mind changed. But if you're thinking openly, but you actually have a foundation, the thing that's trying to replace your foundation needs to have just as much, if not more, evidence than the thing that you have a foundation in. So, for instance, I know that Jesus Christ was a real person, right? He really lived, he really died, he really rose from the dead. That's craziness. So if someone comes in and says something opposite to it, I'm open to hearing it, right? But it needs to just about match the craziness. Hey, yo! Yo, Kodak! Wait. Oh, let's go! Let's go, yo! VV Necro, thank you so much for the brand new sub. Kodak, thanks for the new sub. And Kodak Bearski with the 2 gifted subs get us to level 2 hype train, bro. You're crazy, bro. W's in the chat. And then we just got a $20 super from Luke Burnett. Said, hey, Muli, I want to say thanks for bringing this game back on my radar. Let's go. Welcome back. I stopped playing about 3 years ago, and seeing your vids made me and my friends jump straight back in. Love your content. Let's go. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back. But yeah, dolls, I would love to hear more, man. Always open to hear more. I can confidently say it seems like a lot of whataboutism, but it doesn't mean that it's baseless. And so I can see how you got to your conclusion. But I mean, the conclusions are so heavy, you know? I would just need more. God isn't real, y'all are just delusional. I mean, that's just a claim like anything else. You can easily say God isn't real, you're delusional. The same way you can say that, oh, you don't believe there's a God, you're delusional. I mean, it's that sentence means nothing. I don't know what you're trying to get at. User 955-6356-5822. What are you trying to say? People are really awful there. I just deleted Twitter last night. It's been awful for my mental. Yeah, Twitter, I'm sure, is a bit of a cesspool at the moment. So is Facebook, but I mean, you know, it's to be expected. Yo, have a good one, JD. Thanks for chilling. So isn't God being real just a claim? Yeah. God being real is a claim. God not being real is a claim. They're both claims. So how do you come to the conclusion of which claim to believe? Because you don't just believe claims because it matches with your feelings, it matches with what someone said to you, it matches, you know, maybe things that you've experienced. What you do is you follow the evidence, which can include all of those things. The evidence can include all of those things, but you find a bolstering of the evidence and you figure out which one is more likely to be real or what is more closely tied to reality. And that's how you go from claim to evidence-based claim. Because if you just say God is real and you can't actually back up why you believe God is real, you just have something called blind faith. And similarly, if you say God's not real and you can't really back up why God's not real, you just have blind faith that God's not real. Because at the end of the day, it's all beliefs, right? It's all beliefs, but the difference is you should have a belief based off evidence and not based off of just blind faith. Because if you have a belief just based off of blind faith, the chances of you being deceived is very high. You can't prove or disprove God. There's no proof of God, but the evidence of God from what what I've done, like the evidence that I've pulled, right? The evidence for God far outweighs the evidence of there not being a God. And even if you want to go into probability, right? The probability of there being a God, if there is a God, and things ending up how they are today, it's kind of 1-to-1. The probability of there not being a God and things ending up how they are today. I mean, regardless of how much time has passed, I mean, those numbers, they get astronomical. You might as well go and win the multi-billionaire jackpot every year for the rest of your life. Like, it's just not going to happen. But I mean, it doesn't mean it's impossible. It doesn't mean it can't happen, right? It's possible for sure. It's possible there's no God, right? But I mean, you should follow the evidence of what is more likely in reality. I personally don't feel the need for a reward to be a good person, nor believe there is one. That's fine. Christianity doesn't teach there's a reward for being a good person. I love when you talk religiously on this game only because it's so toxic. That's an absurd thought process for how life began without God. Hold on, I missed something. Why is it that people always blame God instead of the devil whenever something bad happens in the world? I don't know. I think it's easier to attack God because God is one of the only figures you can simultaneously attack and also say he's not real at the same time. Like you can do that with God for some reason. Like you can say God's not real, but oh my gosh, why would God allow such an evil world? This God is messed up, or this God is evil. And it's like, what do you mean? I thought you said he wasn't real. Why are we having this conversation? We still need to go back to if he's real or not. But like, if you switch it to Satan, it confirms God in a more visceral way. Because if there is a Satan, there is a God. If there is a Satan, there is an objective good, there is an objective evil. And if there is an objective good and there is an objective evil, now I have to look at my life and ask myself, am I in line with the obvious objective good, which would be God in this instance, or am I in line with what God would call objective evil? Because at the moment, people, they kind of get to decide for themselves what is good and what is bad, you know? They're their own gods. I get to decide if I did something good. I get to decide if this thing I do is bad. Now, granted, like my brother earlier said, some people take that and they think that Christianity is all about being a good person. Christianity is not about being a good person. Christianity is about being reconciled with the Father through Christ's finished work on the cross. That's all it is. We become better people because of our love for Christ. We go through a sanctification process because of our trust in him. Because, what do you know? And I feel like everyone would agree with this. Jesus was an amazing ethical teacher. The guy's morals were on point. So we love him and we trust him. And what do you know it? We start following his ethics. And so we become amazing ethical followers. Now, do we ever get to the point where we're following it perfectly? No. But more times than not, if not every time, if someone truly puts their faith in Christ, they become better people because Jesus was literally the best person that ever existed. I just got clapped. I just got clapped. Dang. We ain't got to talk about that, chat. Ronald, I got you. I'm next, bucko. Thank you, bro. Sam Hampton with the 15 said, as someone who was raised Catholic and walked away once I developed critical thinking, I have to say I'm slowly coming back once the capitalist brainwashing wore off. God and compassion are the same. Interesting, Sam. Thank you for the dono, bro. You didn't have to dono to say that, but thank you, bro. And God bless that. I'm happy to hear that. Ronald wants the ones. Let's go, Ronald. I was supposed to do viewer games today. I forgot. All right, chat. I forgot. Okay? Listen to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just like your opinion, Todd's right. What is Todd right about? What is Todd right about? He said Todd's right. Todd said there is no God. Well, yeah, I mean, people can say that, but that's just a claim. Everything. That's all he said. Lock in, Muli. I'm locked in. I thought we had something to go. I thought we had something to talk about. My guy just had another claim. There's a. Hey, what? I like attention. Hey, you better chill out, bro. That's not. Nah, that's not what we do here. Foot cam. Calm down, chat. Calm down. He said, I like attention too much not to donate. I promise I read people's chats even if they don't donate, bro. Explain the perfect dirt outline in the hand on my car after I flipped it 3 times and in no hospital. Oof. Dang, that's crazy, Pedro. Amazing to hear that. I'm happy you're good. Happy you're good. Progression has benefited me so much. I'm happy to have all my stuff back. Let's go. Yes. Always be careful of the information you receive, chat. Always. That's all I care about. And I think this is one of the reasons I felt so deeply with Charlie's passing, with his passing, because that's all he cared about. He just wanted to hear other people's thought processes and then teach people to think critically about the things that they believe in. And most importantly, 2 things most importantly, he wanted to unify America, the American people, which that's amazing, right? I feel like we're so divisive and everybody wants that, but we somehow get mad when someone tries to do it in the best way they know how. And then he was also trying to bring people back to Christ. I mean, dude, what else do you want? I always get heated. May he rest in peace. Amen. I posted some stuff on Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel if you want to scroll back. If you want, I can't scroll back because Ronald, I'm not even kidding. He wants to beat me bad, bro. He wants to beat me bad, and he's gonna tell people to laugh at me when I lose. All right, this is one of my tier 3 supporters, and I can't let that happen. My tier 3 subs, I want them to be good, but they can't be better than me. So I don't have time to scroll back now, but I'm always open to these conversations.
Round 2.
Hey, Molly, personal question. I started a new family, and that means little Tot has my full attention. Assuming you're a dad, how did you balance hobbies with family early on? I didn't have hobbies. I tried. I just now, once he was going to, once he got a little bit older, I was able to start back with my hobbies. And I have a very flexible job. Most people don't have a job as flexible as me. I'm able to get the bills paid and do what I need to take care of my family. And I mean, I'm only live 5 hours, 4 days a week. I have a very flexible schedule, but all of my time goes to taking care of my home. I gotta mow, I gotta clean, I gotta do all that stuff, taking care of my son and taking care of my relationship with my wife. And so, and also taking care of myself, it became a big thing as well because, we only get one body and you better take care of it because the second it breaks down on you, I mean, it's over. It's very hard to get it back. But if you just took care of it from the beginning, you're good. And trust me, if you just take care of yourself, man, and then you won't have to worry about all the things I worry about, bro. You don't have to worry about back problems and knee problems and groin problems and heart problems, man. Just take care of your body and then it'll take care of you, okay? But with all that being said, there was very little time left for me time. If you feel like you are needing time for your hobbies, the best thing I can say is make sure your partner is on board with it. Because your partner should want you to be able to have hobbies, and they should want to have hobbies too and have time to do that. So talk with them and figure out times or situations that work for you being able to do things that you want to do. Could you do it all the time? Probably not. Not if you want a healthy family dynamic and a healthy relationship. That's just not how the world works unless you give up on your relationship with your wife, your relationship with your kid, or your relationship with your health, yourself, or your relationship with God, or your community, right? Or sleep, which is also has to do with your health. So communication, babe, I really miss gaming. And I'm not saying I want to game all the time, but sometimes I do. I know I won't be able to get all the new releases. I know I won't be able to do XYZ exactly when it drops. But if it's possible, could we schedule in a couple hours a week, you know, to where I can just do this? And maybe you could bring her in. Like, we could do it together after the boy goes to sleep, you know, after this or XYZ. But it's extremely hard in the newborn stage to have that conversation, because especially if the wife is staying at home and breastfeeding, because she's gonna really be the one that needs to get her time back. She needs that time to take care of herself. She needs that time to get back into things, to not lose herself in the family dynamic. So what I would say is just make sure you're being open and communicating about it. You know what I mean? Thank you for that, Mulisious. You need to hear that. Oh, that's good. I can't imagine what she's thinking with all the celebration of his death. Tragic and horrific. Yeah, it's pretty bad. What's up with the TV in the back? Stop asking questions. All right, Alex Hill. You hear me? I like you, bro. I like you. I don't know who sent you. Okay. But stop asking questions. Just date a gamer if you're a gamer and it's good. Hey, man. We didn't all get the gamers. And it's funny because my wife is a gamer. But the games she likes are like word games, bro. She got this game the other day. Have you guys ever heard this game called Hive? My wife got this game called Hive. And, oh my goodness. It's like a weird, like, bug chess game. And it was actually pretty fun, I'll be honest. Hive wasn't bad, but she got this other game that's like this word game. I hate word games, and I hate math games. I ain't gonna have fun doing math, bro. I ain't gonna have fun guessing words. I'm sorry, but she'll do it. Oh, bro. She'll play Yahtzee until the cows call home, bro. She really will. And I'm like, bro, I understand. I get it, but, bro, I don't want to do math. Please. I just want to live. Can we play some Fortnite? You know? My wife claimed she was a gamer because she plays Sims. Hey, it's there. Yeah, I don't know if my wife likes Wordle. Listening to it all and comparing it to all the stuff I've heard from both sides, it seemed coherent and very, very believable. Just listen to it for yourself, and I would be thankful if you did. What are we listening to? Good answer. Thanks, Mooly. Hey, you're welcome, bro. Been playing Stardew Valley with my fiance. It's been awesome. Did not think I would enjoy it so much. I could play like a Sims or a Stardew Valley. The only game we've tried recently was Baldur's Gate 3. And, oh, dang it, you got me. And we did not, I didn't mind it, but she didn't like it at all. And there was a point where I was setting up a computer for her so we could play Fortnite together. She said she wanted to play Fortnite back when I was playing it. But we only got like 2 games in. Not locked. Nah, it's fine. Leprosy, chill. Is it true that non-religious people are more cautious about what they have to say about Islam? Probably. I mean, I don't know if that's true for everything, but people who I know in Western society, I don't know about in Islamic dominant countries, but Christianity is the main force here. And so people are very open to say things against Christianity, to say things against God or Jesus or the church. It's almost like expected. Like, it's almost expected, which is crazy, but I mean, it is. Because of that, people in Western societies, they tend to be more tiptoey when it comes to other people's cultures and religions. So you wouldn't see someone mocking the church or mocking Jesus. They wouldn't like be mocking like Islam's prophets, right? You just don't see that. You don't see that unless it's South Park. South Park gets everybody. But for the everyday person, I would say that. But that's only in my society. I don't know what it would be like in a society where Islam is like the driving force. You know what I mean? Hello, what's up, YB? South Park is too funny. I used to think South Park was funny, but there's just certain things I can't laugh at, and like I say I used to think South Park was funny. I still think South Park is funny, and like I said, there are certain things that I just can't laugh at, and South Park had me laughing at those things. I can't, bro. I can't. I remember when South Park took a hiatus and they came back, and their first episode was about the normalization of school shootings. And I was watching it because I was a South Park fan, and I was laughing, bro. That was kind of like a oof. Can't watch this no more, bro. I can't be laughing at this, man. I can't be laughing at this. It's not right. And so since then I've been pretty staying away from South Park as a whole. Funny enough, the only South Park episode I've seen recently was the episode with Charlie Kirk, because for some reason it was just circulating all over like TikTok and stuff. And you know how sometimes you can just like watch like full videos, full movies, full episodes like on TikTok just by scrolling. It came across, and I was actually interested because the whole master debater thing was so funny to me. Mom, I'm master debating college girls. Bro, it was hilarious. And it was, it was poking fun at a public figure, like what I know South Park to be, rather than poking fun of topics, that I shouldn't find funny. And so I think that's why I was able to watch that one, but I haven't watched anything else from them. I don't think South Park was even remotely connected to what happened. Nah. I mean, the only thing I could say about South Park and the Charlie Kirk situation is that it just shows you how influential and how big Charlie Kirk had gotten. Like, to be Cartman, right? To be literally the face of South Park, embodied as your character in Kirk. I mean, dude, that just shows you how big he had gotten. He's gotten massive. Oh my goodness. No way. No way. I might be dead here. Remember when South Park, Little Broad, Scientology? Yeah, and we lost. They tried to make fun of his smile in South Park as well. Yeah, and South Park making fun of somebody is on brand. I'm cool. Like I'm cool with that, because like if you're a public figure, you should be okay with someone making fun of you, right? If someone made a caricature of me, and like they made me like have a really short torso, small hands, and like a big forehead, like I'm not getting upset at that. It's they're just punching low hanging fruit, and I mean that's what South Park was known for. But like I can't laugh at real like situations that people actually go through that are life altering or ending situations. Like I can't laugh at that stuff, bro. Bro got smoked. I was there. Only thing sad about Kirk is he has a family. No, I feel like the whole situation is sad. The whole situation is sad. The family, who he was as a person, what he stood for, what he was trying to accomplish and do. I mean, it's bad, bro. Because someone like me, you know, zero influence, zero intellect when it comes to so much of the world and society, or even the country we live in. All of us, I mean, I don't want to say all of us because there's probably a few people in here, but almost all of us would get dwarfed in a battle of intellect when it comes to our own country. Sometimes we have a very strong opinion about it too when it comes to Charlie Kirk. I saw one where he was asking people about questions about amendments in the Constitution. And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know the answer to this. Here I am thinking that someone isn't good enough to be president of the United States. I don't know the Fourth Amendment. Yikes. Here I am thinking someone's unfit to be in a position of power. I don't even know what year the Bill of Rights got signed. It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. And for someone who had all of that knowledge, not only had it, but cared so much about it and cared so much about sharing it with people and making other people realize, hey man, this is interesting stuff, and this is stuff that we should be talking about. Bro, that's such a shame. That is a shame. That is a shame. And he was younger than me. What everyone doesn't realize, that you can be Republican and Democrat, but at the end of the day, we live in America. People don't understand that. Exactly. I was going to say the same thing. May God have mercy on your soul. Kirk was a peaceful man. Nevertheless, no one should ever have that happen to them, especially at such a young age. Yeah. I mean, man, not only was he peaceful, he just showed nothing but love to people, man, that he was talking to. I think I maybe saw him got heated in debates maybe like 5 times. And I haven't watched all of his stuff out there. Maybe there's more, but in his recent years especially, he had gotten such a calm demeanor when he grounded himself in Christ. He had gotten such a calm demeanor when it came to people who were attacking him, threatening him, just spewing, just claiming all these random words towards him. Didn't matter. It always ended or started with, no, I love you. I just don't agree with you. And I mean, come on, bro. I love you, but I don't agree with you.
Round 4.
But I'm also okay with talking with you about it. Let's talk about it. And I mean, that's exactly where I'm at. You seem like a real cruel man, in my opinion. Huh? What was cruel? Cruel. Cruel. Peaceful? Yeah. Yeah, crippled. Blocked, unfortunately. What's blocked? What happened? What's the input to go into guard break after crush? You just hit the cancel button into guard break. Had to be for honor player? What are you talking about? What's crazy? You're a brother supporting an oppressor? Wait, you think Charlie Kirk was an oppressor? Don't block me, bro. Don't continue deeper into your echo chamber. Come out a little bit. We have some common ground, brother. Let me know what take me with you, you know? Don't just block me. Don't leave me out here by myself. What's going on? What do you mean oppressor? Yo, what's up, Sundown? Yeah, I saw they caught the shooter. I don't think he deserved what happened to him, but he isn't exactly like you. You're actually peaceful. He rage baited people for a living. He wasn't cruel. he rage baited to start conversations, but he didn't rage bait in conversations. And the rage bait they're talking about is him wearing a MAGA hat, him wearing an ICE hat, him having a topic that says men can't be women, or what is a woman, change my mind. That's the rage bait you're talking about, bro. Really? That man said black people were better off during segregation. Numbers-wise, yeah, that's what he was saying. Numbers-wise, not saying that he wanted people back in segregation. He wanted everyone to be equal. When was he he was a bit harsh, cruel views sometimes, but cruel as a person is crazy. I don't even think he had cruel views. The basis of his views were biblical literacy, an understanding that America is a great country and that we should be proud to live here. We don't have to not think that we don't live in a great country, that the family should be a complete unit, father should be in the home, the government should stop subsidizing single motherhood, right? So families can come together, and then a return to Christ. Everyone needs Christ in their life. I mean, where's the cruelty? That's not the rage bait I'm talking about. I'm specifically talking about the topics that he chose to bring up in those environments. Saying systemic racism doesn't exist is a pretty cruel view to me. It doesn't. Systemic racism doesn't exist. Work's been hectic. Wait, you said you were gonna fight earlier. You've been working this whole time? Do you have a console at your work? You can't be. It does? Wait. Just say you haven't experienced it? Well, yeah, I haven't, but like, well, tell me. Systemic racism is a concept created to continue the act of racism. Well, hold on. Let's not go to that conclusion. You went to the whole other side. REC, we got people saying it actually exists, and people saying it's only here to perpetuate racism. Well, let's show me systemic racism. Words have meaning, chat. So let me look this up because I don't want to be wrong. Systemic racism. What does systemic racism mean? Systemic racism refers to policies, practices, and norms embedded in society's institutions that create and perpetuate unfair advantages for certain racial groups and harmful disadvantages for others. Okay, great. I've got it. So that means we should be able to find something tangible to say, look at this, whether it be a law, whether it be a hiring practice, whether it be something that's in the government, maybe an amendment. What are we looking at to say that systemic racism exists? It did exist. I believe it existed, yes. Redlining? I don't think redlining is an issue. Systems set in place to oppress people. Just because you don't think it's nice, doesn't mean it isn't. Yeah, I don't think redlining is no longer an issue. As a banker, I can confirm this. Yeah, I've heard the redlining thing, because before I thought that my vote didn't matter because of the redlining thing, but that's been debunked. That's not a thing. The consequences of it are still an issue. So let me hold on, because no one's really given me anything yet. I just went to an interview and waiting on a call back for an opening. Let's go, QP. Good luck. So I think when people say that systemic racism still exists, they're not talking about actual systemic racism. They're talking about something else. And so I think that's where we're getting our wires mixed a little bit, because there's something that they're pointing to, but maybe they don't know the word for it. What is that something else? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure it out, because systemic racism, it fits in a very neat box. right? So from what I just read, if something is a systemic issue that is pushing systemic racism, that means there is something in the system that we can point to and say, look, this thing is keeping you from doing what this other person can do because of your skin color. Systemic racism in the U.S. has been a social problem since the civil rights movement. I'm trying. Individual racism from people in positions of power. That I can get along with. Okay, people in positions of power being racist. Okay, I'm there. Stuff like the justice system is what people are talking about now. What in the justice system? Like in the system. You could look at sentencing for black versus white defendants committing the same crime. Yeah, but that's not in the system. See, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, we're talking about maybe an institutional issue, but like not a systemic issue. Public school funding being based off real estate taxes in most states. I'd have to look into that. Muli, are you taking L's? I've taken some. Public school funding. I'd have to look into that because I've heard about disparities in public school funding, and that's something that you can be seen as systemic. And they do it based off of places. Now, but the only way that could work is if there was no other ties into it. There would have to be no other ties into it. So, like, for instance, like a place that takes a lot of taxes from their constituents, because, like, I pay taxes for my public schools, and I pay a certain amount of taxes, and I pay them a lot. I pay them. But, like, if there's a place where people maybe don't pay them, or maybe, you know, there's not as many people, or there's more people, but maybe more of them are, like, they don't make an income to be taxable or something like that, then the public school system could go down. But yeah. What about the stories and the small leaks through cracks that we hear about lower income communities of people that get left behind in wayside due to the government coming, putting their deeper in a hole? Yeah, but like that's not systemic. I'm trying to help you guys, because if you use different words, you might be able to get through to people, because words have meaning. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you don't just use the biggest words and the scariest words you can think of to try to get people to think the way you think, you guys are doing a good job expressing your reasoning, but none of your reasonings are tying back into the word that you used, and so there's a disconnect. It's culture. I mean, I would be closer to saying it's culture. It's culture. It's people in positions of power who happen to be racist. Yes. I can get behind that. Use Google, dude. It's a direct example of... what's a direct example of systemic racism? Executive Order 14281. This is what we need. Look at this guy. This is what I'm talking about. Executive Order 14281. Executive Order. This is what I want to see. If someone says something, restoring equality of opportunity and mediocrity. This principle guarantees equality of opportunity, not equal outcome. It promises that people are treated as individuals, not components of a... All right, Section 1. The purpose of this bill is a bedrock of principle to the United States that all citizens are treated equally under the law. This principle guarantees equality of opportunity, not equal outcome, right? It promises that people are treated as individuals, not components of a particular race or group. It encourages mediocrity and colorblind society, not race or sex-based favoritism. Adherence to this principle is essential to creating opportunity, encouraging achievement, and sustaining the American dream. What? Yeah, I can't get behind that one, bro. Anti-DEI. Yeah. I don't think that's bad. I think that's the opposite of racist. Black communities haven't been afforded the same economic and educational opportunities as white ones. I agree. But I mean, we can't have other people do it for us. And I truly do wish I cared more. I really do wish I cared more. And I feel like this is a sentiment for a lot of people who make it out of situations like that, because how do I say this, bro? Because I'm not anti-black, but like obviously you hear the way I talk, right? You see the way you've seen my wife, right? I'm literal Uncle Tom poster boy over here. But as someone who's been in it, like I wasn't in the worst of it, but I was in northern Louisiana. We didn't really have much. There wasn't much going on, and my mom, she was a single mom, 3 kids. And it's like I've seen people in the same situation as me, my own family, come to different outcomes based off of the culture that they're adhering to. Because I don't think it's a systemic issue. It wasn't a systemic issue that I happened to become more successful than maybe my sisters. That I happened to have a house at a younger age. That I was able to, make sure I don't have to really worry about money. That had nothing to do with upbringings. It had nothing to do with system, but it did have something to do. And I hate to say it, like with the culture that people really cared about. Just because you are blessed doesn't mean that everyone has the same situation or blessing. But what I'm telling you is I was in a situation, the exact same situation as other people.
Round 3.
What in the system caused me to be blessed and them to not be blessed? It was nothing, because remember, like, we're talking about systemic racism. If we're talking about individual racism, I'm all about that. Let's go. People follow me around the stores all the time. I see it. I know it's true. My wife says I'm crazy, that they're not actually following me. But no security guard just follows people around Macy's. Nah, bro. Nah. Because I'm black. I know it. But there is not a store policy, and this is the difference between individual racism and systemic racism. There is not a store policy that says if you see a black guy walk into the electronics section, you need to follow him around. That would be systemic, because it's written into what they need to be doing, but that's just not there. Now, if you say that there has been a trickle-down effect based from the civil rights, I can get behind that, but you have to use the right words if you want people to come along with you on this journey to solve these issues. Don't just start using deeper and bigger and more hard-hitting words to try to get people to wake up. Use the right terminology so people can actually agree with you, because I can't agree with you if you're not doing that. I want to. But if me agreeing with you means changing the definition of words or changing what it means, for something to be true, I can't go down that road with you. We have Google. They're using the right words, but you're using anecdotal examples to justify your claim. No, I am simply asking for something pointing to systemic racism. So what my brother showed me earlier, he showed me the article. Now, the article didn't really do what he said it did, right? It literally started, and I didn't read the whole thing. Maybe I got to read the whole thing. But it literally said, we're doing this for equal opportunity for all people. No one will be hired based off of their race or their sex, but off of merit to promote achievement and the American dream. Do you think racial profiling would be an example of systemic issue if it's in the handbooks? So if you're a cop and you always want to pull over black people, I've been pulled over for. I used to drive a 2002 Chevy Suburban. It had big 22-inch rims, and they were shiny. I kept that car clean all the time. It was my mom's car and my old. I guess I could say stepdad's car, and I drove it around all the time. And bro, I got stopped for the dumbest reasons, bro. Your license plate light is out, or your you didn't turn on your blinker 100 meters before the stop sign. Have you had any weed tonight, sir? Hey, bro, I was going. Oh yeah, advertise. Yo, Tyler remembers. Hey, Tyler remembers. Listen, this is the difference. People seeing that and pulling me over, that's individual racism. They've made it some pattern recognition, and they're like, that guy probably smoking something, that guy probably selling something. That's bad. I agree. That's bad. You shouldn't do that. Even though pattern recognition is good, but that's bad. The way it becomes systemic is if it's in the handbook. So go to, if you find me like a police handbook that says, hey, if you see a black guy, make sure you pull them over because they're more likely to be smoking and drinking. And so make sure you pull over at least 18 black people a week because then we can get those arrest numbers up. That's systemic. That's systemic. Housing discrimination was a thing. I don't believe it's a thing anymore, but it might be. Systemic racism is hard to prove. It may not be in the literal system, but people use and manipulate the system to be racist and use tools to oppress and hate. And I can get down with that. Yes, I can get down with that. Yes, for sure. But like, I'm trying to help you guys out because I'm literally trying to follow your line of thinking. But like, you're going from here to here when you probably just need to be like right here, you know? And there's nothing we can do as a people if we don't identify the problem. And we're trying so hard to get people to care about the problem, we start using harsher words to get people to care. And I mean, on the surface, it maybe seems like a good idea because you start using hard-hitting words, you know, the phobics and the fascists and the tyrant and the racists and all this stuff. I understand, you know, the reasoning for wanting to get people to wake up to these things. But if you're not using the right terminology, if you're not even thinking, what can I say to portray truth so that people will understand what I'm saying and maybe believe what I believe and change something that I feel truly needs to be changed, I mean, you're a part of the problem. You're literally a part of the problem because people can just look at you and say, lol, there's no systemic racism, like I did. And then now your whole issue becomes a moot point because you were actually talking about a totally different issue. And so I'm just trying to say, find out. I honestly can't help you guys. I don't know what it's called, and I know you guys have just been told what to call it. Right? None of you guys came up with that on your own. You guys are just parroting things that you've heard from other people. Look into what it is that it really is. Find the terminology for it, and then attack it. That's what I feel like it would be such a better play. Look up what systemic racism is. I did. I literally looked it up on stream. Redlining severely affected the access to housing for non-white families, and the ripples are still seen today. Yes, I agree. But the ripples even though they are seen because people were put in worse situations, it doesn't mean that the system is still set up against these people. And this, I'm telling you, from someone who I don't make a lot of money, but I make a decent amount. This country doesn't think in color anymore. The only color this country thinks in is green.
Round 3.
You continue to use anecdotal examples? Are you talking to me or someone else? I was asking you guys to give me examples. Racism is green? Wait a minute. It all makes sense. For a second, I thought he was going to say white. No, but I will say, bro, if there's any people group I don't want to trade with nowadays, it's white guys. Straight white guys. They're the new gingers. Anyone can say anything they want about straight white guys. You don't gotta hold back any punches.
Round 4.
Off topic, but what's playing in the background? Stop asking questions. Hey, I'm a ginger. Let's go. W's. Have you seen the 13th? What's that? Off topic, but I already read that. Smart people think in green, but unfortunately, racists aren't smart. Well, yeah. That's fair. Well, actually, that would be an overgeneralization. Racists can be smart. You can be smart and racist. The act of being racist is dumb, I agree. But you could be intelligent and be racist, yeah. That's a tall warlord. This is not warlord, bruh. This is raider. I don't agree with that at all. I agree with it. I mean, look at the father of what was that scientific discovery that brought forth what was it called? Yo, MD! Thanks for the travel in the U.S. What was that? What was the thing? Bro. He came up with something linking like some sort of brain thing. I can't remember exactly what it was. But he's this old guy. He said, I still think there's a link between intellect and brain size between different races. That guy's smart as heck. Now, can I refute him? No. But I mean, it sounds real mean, so I'm not going to agree with him. But I mean, he's smart. I'm not going to sit here and call him dumb just because he said something racist. Guy might know what he's talking about. I don't know. But I'm not going to sit here. I can't. When it's convenient, I don't inherit the Irish's red hair. Unlucky. When someone is racist in modern America, they ignore all evidence that black people are people. Well, for one, you're changing the term of racist again. You're changing terms again, TikToker. Because racism, the word has meaning. Remember? The word racism, the word racist has meaning. I spelt it wrong. I spelt racism wrong. Racism is a system of prejudice and discrimination based on the false belief that humanity can be divided into distinct races and that some are inherently superior to others. It is not just individual bias, but also includes ingrained practices and policies. I don't know about policies, but maybe. Maybe I should ask AI within institutions that perpetuate racial inequality. Let's go. The reason I brought that up, I'm actually going to ask AI. I'm going to ask AI systemic racism. AI would know. But it does not just include black people. Does not just include black people. You can be racist to any race. I know in America, it's more trendy and more in line with what we've been taught to just be that racism only exists towards black people, but you can be racist against Asians, Mexicans, natives, unlucky native people. They got it bad, they still do, and white people. What is the topic? Someone was saying that systemic racism. I actually don't remember the original topic. In simplest terms, Kirk was a Christian father and husband, period. I mean, man, he was, and I mean, he was. Is directed at black people. I never said that it wasn't an issue that only affected black people, but the vast majority of racism is directed at black people. On an individual level, yes or no? In the past, yes, but like, and I know it's just, I get it, bro. I get it. I can't say that my experiences speak for all people, but like, it's just not there. The only way I could come to agreeance with what y'all are saying in such a whole, like, adamant way, I would have to completely just omit what I've experienced and what I've seen. And like, that's hard. That's hard for me without anything solid, you know? I need something solid.
Round 2.
So, sir, TikToker, can I ask you a question? Are you black? Because I do truly care for other people, and I want the best for other people. But I also truly believe that some people don't want the best for themselves. And at some point, there's only so much you can do. You can't, you know? You can lead a water to you can lead a water. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And whenever I see people who are truly down and out, like besides the youth of our society who can't afford homes and stuff because it's way too expensive, that has nothing to do with race, though. When we're talking specifically about race, all I can think about are people in poor situations, living in poor outcome situations. But time and time again, I've seen people who have come out of these situations. I would say, somewhat myself included, I feel like I lived a pretty blessed life, though. You know, my mom, she worked really hard, but that goes into my equation, you know, how hard my mom worked. And I'm like, why can some people do it and other people can't? Why are some people stuck and some people aren't? And then I start to notice a trend between the people that are stuck and the people that aren't. And I mean, I know you guys have seen it, and you're seeing it right now. The people who got out, the people who kind of escaped that mindset of, you know, woe is me, the world is against me, the system is against me, and they actually just locked in and did what they needed to do, they got out. And then they changed their mind and said, you know what? I don't think the system is against me because it didn't stop me from getting here. But then you look back at the people who are still there, and what's the mindset that they have? The system's against me, the system's against me, the system's against me. And so I think, personally, a change in topic is what's in order, because if we truly start to just embrace greatness in different cultures, but changing what cultures are based in, changing what's glorified in cultures, changing what's normalized in cultures, and really starting to hold people accountable for the decisions they make or they decide not to make, you know? I feel like we can see all people start to go up. And I feel like most people, they just want to take like a rope and throw it down and just like drag everyone up, you know? Just come on, bro, you got to come up here with me. But like, those people, a lot of people, like, they want to be there. They want to be there. They don't want to be there, but like they want to be there. You know what I mean? Have you ever met someone who's like great, and they're just stuck in a crappy situation? And it's like, bro, you're so smart. You're so bright. You have it all. And this is where you are. Like, that's what I see, you know? And it's like, And instead of trying to kind of wake those people up, we say, it's okay, you just sit right there where you are. You're fine. You're not doing anything wrong. But the system, and it's like, I'm actually I'm for that notion to an extent. I really am. But I do think that it should be more in line with what's actually happening instead of just trying to, overgeneralize or overemphasize, overgrandize. What's the word? Overestimate what's actually going on. That's what I think. Obviously, it's just my opinion, but I feel like that's the best way forward, just based off of what I've seen and what I feel like a lot of people have seen. Some people are trapped, not by the system, but by their culture, by what they believe and by what they feel like they do or don't need to do to get up. And I feel like at some point, helping people actually hurts people.
Round one.
I have family members, I love them to death. They call, hey, can I borrow $40? Oh, I love you. Here you go, $40. They call again, hey, this happened. Can I borrow, $50? Yeah, I love you, Here you go, $50. Hey, I love you. Hey, man. Or hey, this happened. Can I borrow, $200? Well, hey, like, what's going on? Like, why, like, $50 isn't a lot of money, What's going on in your life right now that you don't have $50 to pay for XYZ? Like, can we figure something out here? Oh, XYZ, this and that and the third, and like, but like, it's gonna get better. It's like, okay, well, as long as you have a plan for things to get better, like, I'm about it. Here's the $200. A week later, hey, can I have $80? Whoa, what's going on here, right? If I send you this money, are you just gonna keep leaning on me to survive, or like, are you actually doing something to better your situation? And I feel like maybe that's why people go for the system. They want the system to help these people who are in these poor situations that the system kind of set in place, which I see, the whole reparations thing. I understand your thought process behind it, but like, the system that we have now is not going to stop anybody who puts their foot down and says, I'm making a change. It's not going to stop them from making better for themselves. Sure, they might not become millionaires. They might not get the house they want. They might not, I get it. They still had to start a little bit farther back, and I'm on board with that. I get it, the trickle effect. But to go as far as to say, hey, man, government, just help them up. Like, would you agree most issues are top versus bottom? I would agree, yeah. But I don't think people know what the top is. But I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy theorist, so, I'll let that speak for itself. What are you guys saying Black Prior for? Ronald, did you win the best of 3? Black Prior Trust? Play Highlander. Oh, Dr. Crow said Black Prior or Shaolin. Don't you lie to this man. Highlander. I think this convo is stuck in a paradox. This is ultimately a paradox. I don't think so. I feel like I've heard what you guys have to say, and you've heard what I've had to say. Now, granted, I've done a whole lot more yapping than y'all have had the ability to do so. But I don't think it's in a paradox. I feel like maybe even though no one's mind was changed specifically, I understand it a little bit more. Yo, WorthTube! Yo, WorthTub, thank you for the 10 subs earlier. You started a hype train. I know you had to go. How do I get in queue? This is a tier 3 sub. This is a tier 3 sub, so I'm dueling him. I'm doing viewer duels tomorrow. I got you tomorrow, 8th. Come back tomorrow. This is like a special thing. If Shaolin wins, you gotta go Shaolin. Never. Thank you. We literally have gotten rid of systemic oppression. There are no laws in the system holding any specific person back. Only a person and an opinion. Yeah, I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Now, the starting point might be different. I agree with starting points being different, but the race at hand is equal, and I think that's where it should be. I can't chill and watch. Of course you can. I was just saying I'm not doing any more duels. I'm not doing viewer duels until tomorrow. This game is called For Honor. Destiny, too. I feel certain topics will only make sense to people who have their hearts softened by God. Yeah, and I mean, the end-all, be-all that I believe, man, I've been yapping so much today. Why are you guys letting me yap so much about these things? lock me into the game, chat. Is everyone needs to turn to Christ. A world of truly born-again Christians, people who truly follow Christ, is the best possible scenario for the world. There's no other way. And that might sound harsh or hateful. I'm not calling for the taking away of lives of people who don't believe in Christ, but I'm just saying that people who believe, like who truly believe and follow Christ, all of his teachings, I mean, even if it just becomes the majority again, we instantly live in a better world. It's interesting hearing you talk. Yeah, but I just be yapping and saying stuff, bro. You know? I just be yapping, bro. Yo, W's in chat for MD. Was scrolling and heard a message and love it. Besides that, 90 reps on Highlander is disgusting. Do you agree that all Abrahamic religions have the same God? In origin, yes. In identity, no.
Round one.
The real combo is about Jesus. At the end of the day, choose Jesus. We need Jesus. And yeah, that's where I'm at. Jesus instructed his followers to judge with fairness and righteousness, saying, stop judging by outward appearance and start judging justly. The principle calls for discernment that goes beyond superficial factors and emphasizes on love. He also warned against hypocritical and self-righteous judgment, urging people to remove their faults before judging others. Let's go. I like you, Cobra. I like you, Cobra. My boy. Big question. Do you think bad or corrupt people believe and love Jesus? With their words, yes. With their heart, no. If you love Jesus with your heart truly, you're still capable of being bad, you're still capable of being corrupt, but you don't think it's okay. Does that make sense? Because remember, a lot of people don't know this, but Christianity, it's not about being a good person. Like, oh, look, I'm a Christian, so I'm going to be a good person so I can get into heaven. That's not what Christianity is. Christianity is saying, I cannot be a good person. I have fallen short of the glory of God. Christ has come to pay the sin, or to pay the price for my sins on the cross. And because of Christ's finished work on the cross, I can be reconciled with the Father. And because of the love that has been showed to me, that sacrificial love, because Jesus died on that cross, not just thinking about me, Mr. Good YouTuber, Christian man. He was also thinking about you. He died specifically for you. And the reason we say Jesus loves you is because of this fact. Jesus was thinking about you personally when he died on that cross to die for your sins, even as you are an enemy to him. Someone who is shaking your fist at, you know, at God. So when you truly put your faith in him, it's not about being a good person. It's not about emulating good works. It's about your heart posture changing, which is why repenting is such an important part of turning to Christ. Repent means to change your mind. For those of you who don't know, it's an army term. It means like about face, you know, like about face. Changing your mind about something that you once thought was okay. And you're saying, you know what, I thought this was okay. My friends said it was okay. My parents said it was okay. The government said it was okay. But Jesus, you said it's not. And I don't trust them. I trust you. So I don't believe it's okay either, because I trust you. It doesn't make sense to me all the time. It's not my personal opinion, but it's me trusting that you have the right view on reality because of who you said you are and what you did. And those people who truly have that changing of heart, right, it's going to show. either in repentance when things have gone wrong or in action when you might see inaction from others. Lock in, dude. I got you, bro. Do you see how bad people have used the image and message of Christ to do a lot of bad things? Yeah. Heck, that's why we had slavery in the United States, bro. Cobra! With the 10 gifted chat. We just passed 1,300 subs, bro. We're at 1,315 subs. We're like 150 subs away from breaking our all-time sub record. 130, actually. 135, sorry. We're 135 subs away from breaking our all-time sub record. What's an everyday sin you think people let slide? What's a recreational sin people beyond? Gluttony, pride are two big things that get slid that people let slide a lot. Lots of hate in the world. Hatred is a sin. You know, the Bible says if you even hate a brother, you've committed murder to him in your heart. So we're not even allowed to hate people as Christians. Yes, even our enemies. I don't care what you said online. I don't care what you agreed with, didn't agree with. I am not allowed to hate you. I gotta love you. And honestly, I want to love you because I see who you truly are. Someone who is beautifully and wonderfully made in the image of God. So it's honestly not hard to love all people. It's really not. It's not hard at all. I love all of y'all. It's so funny, you know, whenever I go to public places, I look around and I just see people just living and interacting with the world. And man, I just know how amazing they are. Yeah, sure, I don't know everything they've done, good or wrong. I don't know if, you know, someone has a body in their trunk waiting to leave the restaurant and go bury it somewhere, you know? But like I see them interacting and just at the basis of who they are as people, that worth that they have, they're able to interact with this world and we're able to do it together. Like it's so beautiful and it makes me so sad just thinking of any of them not truly knowing who they are and not truly understanding the purpose God has for them, and ultimately makes me feel bad understanding that some of these people, they might reject God. It makes me so sad. It really, truly makes me so sad. You have no idea. I think about it so much, and I'm just like, is there any way I can not sound like a crazy person, but also tell all these people about Jesus? You know, because that's where my heart goes, because I love everybody so much. So, yeah, it's like, man, I'm struggling the last few days. I've been so disgusted with the terrible things people are saying and celebrating with Kirk. How do you keep your cool? I'm trying hard to not to just stay mad at the sin and not the person. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me too. I think what it's done for me is it's kind of turned me, because my first gut reaction, just to give you guys an idea of how the last couple days have gone for me, my first gut reaction is to start correcting people, because anyone who's using Charlie Kirk or portraying him in a negative manner, they're all doing something like out of context. Like every time, like without fail, it's like it's either a baseless claim or it's an out of context claim. And my first thought was like, I can just correct everybody, but like, you know, I feel like the Spirit kind of quelled me against it. I saw other people doing it, and I was like, yeah, this isn't it. This is never the answer, right? It's never like this, oh, I'm going to correct this Facebook post about this thing they said about Charlie Kirk and racism. Like, yeah, like, that's just not it. And then I had this sadness. I had this deep sadness because not only was my own mortality sort of like dropped in my face, but also I saw the emotions coming from the community. Did he just dance on me? Anyways, before I was so rudely interrupted, it's my tier 3 sub, by the way. And let me read that in a second. Word tub, I got you. I'm yapping. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah. And then I was sad, you know? I was sad for the state of the world. I saw so many people being irrationally upset and coming to different conclusions about other people, other human beings that we were all called to love. And I mean, what it led me to last night, and I'm not saying everyone's going to come to this conclusion, is just a boldness. It's like an energy is going through me right now to just be unapologetically bold about truth and about Jesus and about what I believe is right and what I believe is wrong. Not just going at people, like I'm not getting on Facebook writing a 10-foot long message, but I have this boldness and I feel it. And so I prayed I pray to God, if there's anyone who does need this energy that I have, that they would come my way and that it would be an organic thing. And so obviously I was very happy with having conversations today because, you know, I believe it's divine intervention, or like a cosmic meeting. What do you call it? When, you know, that serendipity word, but like the Christian term of it, because this is what I prayed for. And I just want people to really dig into the people feeling, you know, sadness or maybe hatred or maybe confusion towards Kirk's death, to really dig into truth and turn back to Christ, because this is a storm. And just like Peter in that storm got out on that boat with his eyes on Christ, when it got real bad, he started to look down and he started to look around. And what happened, right? He sank. And I fear that a lot of people, a lot of Christians are about to sink unless they can fix their eyes back on Christ. Fix your eyes back on Christ. Warlord for the final. You're going down, buddy. I'm going down. I'm in school right now, but what's up? Muli, your editor, by the way. Hey, hope you're having a good day at school. I don't like how he was the focus while students were down. I understand that. I've heard that before. In dark times, we all need to remember that the battle is already won. Exactly. What even is a sovereign citizen? I don't know. For the Charlie Kirk situation, I feel very bittersweet about it because Kirk was a born-again Christian, so I know where he is regardless of what people say. Right.
Round one.
Time to take a nap. It's Snorlord. Okay. Muli is a pleasure to listen to. Oh, man. Y'all are way too kind to me. I'll literally just be yapping, but I appreciate it, bro. Hey, yo, Ronald. Coming for them cheeks, buddy. Think I forgot you danced on me? Look at me. Are you looking at me, Ronald?
Victory.
I'll never forget. I know what I just said about being a Christian and not returning hate for hate, but nobody saw that.
Round two.
God was like, in round. I was not allowed to teabag there. My bad, God. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Nah. The Lord saved me from making a mistake. Amen. 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 It was coming. Y'all acting like it's Kirk's fault for being focused. Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately, I think that the whole like, but what about this over here, is just another way to say I don't care. But that's just how people are gonna see it, and so it's kind of hard to have that conversation at the moment because obviously people care more about an assassination, what was an assassination attempt and ended up just being a straight-up assassination, than something that is unfortunately has not been solved, that we've kind of come to a standstill to for a while. And not to minimize what's happening, like, bro, I think about and I feel so bad for people who go through those situations, especially children, because they don't ask to be put in those situations. I can guarantee there were some kids at that school that didn't want to go to school that day, and like that breaks my heart. That breaks my heart to see that. But we've come to a standstill. There's not much else to say, and on top of that, any sort of outpouring immediately gets politicized, and you can get demonized. Remember earlier when I was asking questions about the whole Gaza thing? Let's say I posted something, you know, either asking a question or like saying, you know, pray for whatever. The chances of someone coming at me and saying, oh yeah, you're pro-genocide or you're hateful or you're Islamophobe or whatever the heck people say is so high. It's so high, you know? So people have been reduced even in their commentary to just be, you know, thoughts and prayers for everyone involved. Because you're almost not allowed to have an opinion unless it aligns with the vast majority of the vocal minority. Like, you have to be in line, otherwise, oh, you're getting chewed out. And so, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. But with the Kirk thing, his whole platform was you don't have to be silenced, especially by the woke mob. I'm not calling anybody here a woke mob, but that's just what he would have said. You don't have to be silenced. You can have an opinion. You can be a part of the conversation. I don't care if you didn't go to school for XYZ. I don't care if you're not a politician. I don't care if you're not a whatever, right? You can be a part of the conversation. So, of course, when my man gets assassinated in the middle of having conversations with people he disagrees with, people talking. People talking. He justified that type of violence. I never saw him justify any type of violence. He rectified it, yeah, but justified it, no. My man, what's up, Marquise? Open marketplace for ideas. I mean, what do you say about to get your lead at? What happened? Look the video up. The Colorado shooting and Kirk being killed happened one day before 9/11. Yeah. Didn't the Ukrainian girl happen the same day too? No, it happened the day before. He was in the middle of telling people that he doesn't believe school shootings were a problem. I don't think anyone in their right mind would ever say school shootings aren't a problem. I highly doubt that, especially someone on a Christian platform. Almost 12K likes. Let's go. Wait, no, that's actually false. Wait, no, that's actually completely false, because there was an interview with the person that Charlie was talking about. Oh my gosh, Cyrus, whoever told you that lied to you. No. Someone lied to you, Cyrus. There was an interview with the person who Charlie was talking with right before he was shot. What people were saying he was talking about was a lie, because I saw stuff like that too. No, yeah, you got lied to. The person was on the news while he was talking about he was trying to make a point for transgender people, and he was saying that the left isn't violent, like Charlie has said recently. He said that that left are getting increasingly violent, and the guy was trying to show that transgenderism wasn't an actual issue like that, and that the left weren't violent. He was on the news. But I will say this: I haven't seen the actual video because I refuse to kind of go into it. But that's what the literal person who they caught the person and he turned out to be a Trump supporter. Cyrus, you just saying? Oh, bro, it's Cyrus. Oh my gosh. Bro, I'm so sorry, chat. I forgot who Cyrus was for a second. Cyrus just be saying stuff. I'm sorry. Oh, man. I completely forgot. Cyrus just be saying stuff. Going to go to the Fox and the Hounds for food? Let's go. Yeah, they did catch, bro. Well, they didn't catch him. He turned himself in. He turned himself in. The guy who killed him was registered as a Republican. What's his political affiliation? I don't know. His father turned him in. His dad and minister turned him in. Well, I haven't seen the video because I don't want to see that video. I don't think anyone should watch videos like that. I was just going based off of the person who was literally on the news talking about what happened right before the shooting. Registered to vote, was not affiliated with any party. So, all right, so let's see real quick. We actually have something happening in real time. So this happens all the time, chat. And this is actually really cool because a lot of times it's things that are not really relevant or they happened in the past, so it doesn't really matter. So we have two groups of people. We have someone right now saying the shooter was a Trump supporter, and then we have other people saying he was registered to vote and he wasn't affiliated with a party. So I'm actually interested in this. So let me see. I could probably just go to YouTube and find out who the guy was, right? It'll be right there on the front of YouTube. Let's do this together. Here we go. Oh, what'd I tell you? Right there at the front. Tyler Robinson. So Tyler Robinson is the guy. Okay. So how do you find out what someone's political affiliation is? Tyler Robinson. Charlie Kirk. Political affiliation. Where do I find his political affiliation? You Google it and believe what you see. Well, I just want to see kind of where it's coming from and what it is. Like if there's anything like concrete, you know? I spelled affiliation wrong. 2 people lost their lives. He's going to get the death penalty, and Charlie is, and it's sad. He was a former Trump supporter, just like the guy who tried to take out Trump, and Republicans always try to dismiss this whenever it gets brought up. Former Trump supporter? Wait, what are you saying? What did he support at the time of, like, so has anything actually come out, or are you just saying things? It'll be civil once I can acknowledge what I'm saying is the truth. Well, help me. Where do I go to find out his political affiliation? You said he's a Trump supporter. I think it said he was neutral, that he didn't vote. How do you guys find this stuff? I don't usually look up stuff like this. Right at the start of the article. Oh, the first one? At USA Today. Tyler Robinson, 22-year-old man who attended the South Utah named shooter. Robinson had no criminal history. Robinson's family, so gun control wouldn't have worked on him. That's unlucky. Robinson is a registered voter in Utah, but does not have a party affiliation. Social media photos from, what the? The family is shown on vacations to Grand Canyon. Where'd you get he's a Trump supporter? Tyler wore a Trump-related Halloween costume in 2017, according to... Please tell me that's not it, Cyrus. Cyrus, please, bro. Please tell me that's not it. I had to stop reading. Live updates on BBC. Clips don't work on my stream, bro. Please, wait, Cyrus, please. Either confirm or deny. Confirm or deny. Are you saying that he was a Trump supporter because he wore a Trump-themed Halloween costume in 2017? Please tell me that's not it, bro. Please tell me that's not it. Please, 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 please. BBC, CNN, and L. Yeah, because that was definitely put in there purposefully. Why else would that be a Oh my gosh. They put in a Halloween costume he wrote because it was, oh, come on, bro. USA Today says, I saw no political affiliation as well. Is being anti-fascist left-leaning? Shouldn't we all be anti-fascist? Yes, I think so. Servers have been cooked for Xbox. Yeah, people have been having issues on Xbox. We found that out together, chat. Remember, when information comes your way, just question it. It doesn't take long. I saw a video and photo floating around of him dressed in one of those piggyback costumes. Okay, so it was a costume thing. Okay, but like I don't think that accounts for his political affiliation. I can't. Yeah, the PC servers seem fine. I question religion all day, as you should. Question everything. He was definitely more left-leaning, especially with what was found on his weapons. Yeah, man, the whole weapon thing was weird, though, bro. You're telling me, bro, that's just a common thing now? People who plan to do acts like that, they're all just branding their bullets and their magazines with hyper freaking left-leaning ideologies and stuff like that. That seems just too on the nose, bro. That seems too on the nose for me. Stuff like that, like maybe Occam's razor comes into play there, where it's like, hey, there you go. But at the same time, it's like, really? Really? Yeah, Cyrus, bro. I love your vigor. I love your vigor, and this is one of the best things about liberals. You know, they have vigor and they have care and they have passion. But man, you gotta focus it in, bro. You're just saying stuff, man. You gotta focus it in, and really get a grip on what it is that you're going for, and what message you're trying to get across. Because if you can't, you're just gonna lose people. I was talking about this earlier. So for those of you who don't know, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm sorry, for repeating myself, and I'm sorry for anyone who maybe has less respect for me as a thinking individual. But like, I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. And to me, the Democratic Party being the way it is right now, man, it seems like a massive, and I'm talking about massive, like ding, 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 red flag that we're trying to get. And it's funny because me and Cyrus are kind of getting to the same place, but we're getting there in different ways. We're as a country trying to really make our way to a one-party system. Why? I don't know. Because, you know, the whole divide and conquer thing, it doesn't really add up. But like, it doesn't make sense to me how absolutely horrendous the Democratic Party has become in the past just 6 years. It's terrible, bro. Identity politics, character-focused runs, right? You couldn't listen to a Democratic leader run for a position of power without their main focus of all of their talks, like 90% of them being, yeah, because we're not as bad as those guys. Like it was terrible. It was terrible. And then what it takes to be left-leaning nowadays, the sort of ideologies you kind of have to co-sign to be left-leaning, the moderate American voter just can't be there. We can't meet you there. I can't meet you halfway. Right on the borderline is where I'm gonna stay and wait for you. You know? I can't. And so I'm like, bro, there's something going on to try to remove the Democratic Party. But, like, they're in on it. They're in on it. And so it's someone else who's making them do it. Because why else would it just be so stupid? You know? Why else? It can't be the Republican Party. So it's like something else. Someone said it's Israel. Well, if I end up dead in the next couple of weeks, make sure you guys remember this because, you know. I love you guys. But, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. You're telling me in order to be left-leaning, I have to agree with these ideologies. I have to essentially just forget about my faith as a basis, and you live in an American country, like a Christian country. I got to throw my faith out the window. I have to think all abortions are okay. I have to think all transgenderism is okay, even for youth. And if I don't, I'm the enemy. Like, they are literally pushing, like, minimum, I say minimum, it's probably more, 50% of America out. Don't confuse radical lefts with regular Dems, but that's what we see, and that's what we see the politicians pandering to. We see the politicians, the only politician I have seen on the Democratic Party not pandering to the radical left is Newsom, the Californian guy. And the only time I saw him not doing it was when he had an unscripted podcast with Charlie Kirk. That's the only time I've seen it. This whole I can't meet you halfway issue is exactly why our country is in the toilet. I can't, bro. Bro is doom scrolling, Twitch viewing, gamer, no party leaning from what I've gathered. Let's go. You're not on the borderline. You're a victim of the centrist sway. I probably am, bro. I hate to say it. I am. I'm very centrist because I feel like the parties should make their way this way instead of the other way around, because I like the idea of a multi-party system, because the way it should work is that you have two differing ideals, both working for the betterment of all people. But instead it's changed to, I want to be better for us, and I want to be better for us, and kind of all people, because I'd say more right-leaning people care more about all people, but they say that all people are kind of responsible for their own things, so some people might take that as not caring, but I digress, right? It's kind of like, do you guys know what a zipper merge is?
Round one.
Do you guys know what a zipper merge is? So a zipper merge is a merge where people go all the way to the end of a closed lane, and they merge at the last possible second, and there's like a space open for them, and it's the best possible way for traffic to go forward. Does that make sense? That's what a zipper merge is. And people will use the argument that because in theory zipper merges are better for traffic, that if everyone gets over and starts going, if you go all the way to the right and zoom past everybody else, even though everyone else has already made a line, and you start merging, you're doing the right thing, because this is what the tests show. This is the best possible way forward for that, right? That's what a zipper merge is. Now, anyone who's driven for more than a week, right, and has tried both of these topics or both of these ways forward, you know very dearly that zipper merges don't work. They don't work in real life. Like, they just don't. Like, people merge and they wait too late, or they have to cut someone off because these people won't let them in, and so everyone behind them stops, and it actually makes more traffic. But if everyone just merges early when you can, or i.e. zipper merge further back whenever you can, and everyone just starts going with the flow of traffic, it actually makes it better for everyone else all the way around. Now, it doesn't make it better for the people who don't use that second lane, I agree. But overall, it's a better instance. And I think this is kind of like that, even though I kind of lost what I was talking about because I started yapping, and this guy's absolutely kicking my butt. Help me. It's the same thing with communism. On paper, it's perfect, but in reality, it's a flawed system. Yeah, like some things on paper, they work. And the two-party system on paper should work. But, like, it just doesn't in action. Due process be right to health care, the right to happiness, and pursue hobbies as inflation keeps going up with taxes and tariffs. Salty, void, except he really didn't. What happened? Now he's going to compare a very serious situation to a zipper merge in traffic and pretending to say something profound. I was just giving an example. So a lot of times people don't understand difficult topics, especially if they don't really care about it. So if you use a topic that other people are familiar with, you can get a motion of semblance with them, and they can better understand your viewpoint. You're a very passionate person, Cyrus. You're a very passionate person. You should probably start using a lot of these different practices to get people to see your point of view, because otherwise you're just screaming at a wall, and like you're screaming loudly and passionately, which is cool, you know, and you might even be right about a few things, you know. I'm not against that, thinking that, but I mean, if you can't bring anyone with you, if you can't help anybody, if you can't show other people the light, I mean, you're as good as, you know, nothing. Explain to me one reason why I shouldn't be salty about what the Republicans are currently doing. Because I feel like you're in a frenzy about it, and you're overgeneralizing. And so, not only can we not follow your thought process, right, you might be lost in the sauce as well. And that's what we see. And we're trying to show you, hey, man, we can't follow you. We don't know what the heck you're talking about. You're here, you're there, you're there, you're there, and Republicans are the problem. And it's like, okay, how'd you get there? Don't you see it, you idiot? Bro, it's so obvious. And it's like, whoa, man, like I can't. What do you want us to do? So focus in on a good way to share your beliefs and what's going on, so other people can be revealed to the truth. Like it would be, so for instance, me as a Christian, it would be stupid for me to come on here and say Jesus Christ is the truth, and someone says there's no such thing as God. Are you an idiot? Of course Jesus is God. Wow, what a dummy. Can't you see what Satan is doing? It's like, no, but like you should be able to walk people along your thought process so they can understand. Because you might be smarter than the person you're talking to. You might be dumber, but a lot of times, if you're the person in that interaction with that specific topic, you're smarter. Like, for instance, someone like John Lennox, who's a great theologian, he's much smarter than me, but if he wanted to learn about how to play Highlander, I would be smarter than him in that instance, you know? Molly, it's the college thing again. I was going to give you props, Cyrus, for coming for Circle and just agreeing to disagree. I agree about the passion, though. Yeah, you know, there's nothing wrong with passion. What college thing? Oh, the college thing. The college thing is genius. It's genius. I'm not screaming at a wall. I'm just talking to you, and you continue to ignore me and laugh at the things I say it if they're nonsensical. That's because you sound like you're talking to a wall. Let me help you out, Cyrus. And guys, don't just say something or just to agree with me because you like me. I want you to be completely bipartisan here. If you feel like the way that Cyrus is talking is effective ways to communicate important topics, I want you to type 1 in the chat. If you believe that the way that Cyrus is talking is ineffective, i.e., it sounds like you're talking to a wall, Cyrus, and I can't follow, I want you to type 2 in the chat. So 1 if you feel like, hey, man, good job, Cyrus. I'm following and I'm learning. Let's go. And then type 2 if you're like, bro, what? What's the third option? 3? All right, you guys are trolling me. 1 in this political state. All right, we got one. We got a one. We got a one. Oh, we got a couple ones. Okay, Departed said one. But overarchingly, overall, it's twos. It's twos. Oh, we got another one. Oh, we got a one and a two. Politics and faith don't go hand in hand. I'm sorry. I think they do. Because faith is just your worldview. And your worldview should dictate how you treat people, how you live, what you live for. That's what you have faith in. You have faith in your worldview. Whatever that is, I don't know. But like, it's not just religion. It's people who aren't religious as well. And so based off of your faith in your worldview and how you treat people, it should dictate what goes into laws, what we should be doing and shouldn't be doing as a collective. That all has to do with faith. Ooh. Yeah, I saw AJ. When you bring faith into politics and it's the wrong faith or wrong view, you get killed. MLK, JFK, etc. That's fair. Praise be God, Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Amen. The Bible quite literally condemns false leaders. No, it's what you do as an individual. What you do as an individual is based off of your worldview. Would you agree? 2A? Or would you disagree? Most people want change in the world but can't even change themselves. I agree with that. Amen, brother. Amen to that. You disagree. You disagree. Really? So, okay. Why? Why do you disagree that your worldview affects how you treat people? Not entertaining discussion with someone who supports their political beliefs with fantasy books? Huh? Wait, you think the Bible's a fantasy book? Or are you talking to someone else? He might be talking to someone else. I feel like you are making a point, but the point is lost with all the aggression. Yeah, that's how I feel. Sorry, I just got here. Welcome, Jeffrey. Welcome. I agree. Not all conservatives or liberals are radical, and all the fighting does is make the people radical because it makes them think it's a war and they need to choose sides. Can we talk about the political and economical state of the world right now? Jesus loves you. Amen. I don't see anything wrong. I don't see anything he's doing wrong. Who, Cyrus? I don't think he's doing anything inherently wrong per se, but in ethics, but in message, yeah. Talking to 2A, but yes, the Bible is majority fiction. What? That ain't right, S. I would look into that. Everyone believes in at least one conspiracy. Thank you. The One Piece is real. True, true. I'm sorry. So if anyone is confused why Cyrus lost me, me and Cyrus, we've had conversations in the past. And I mean, like I said, cool dude. But he's always had a harder time providing me evidence for the claims he makes, probably because I'm streaming, so I miss some stuff. But when I do see him talking, it gets a little outlandish. And so I'm like, whoa, what? And then when I do lock in on just one thing, maybe like 2 out of the 3 times I've had a conversation with him, it's just been completely false. This time, he said something about the person who is in custody. He said the person who's in custody for shooting Charlie was a Trump supporter, and I was like, oh dang, that's crazy. You know, that's like an M. Night Shyamalan book. And so I was like, all right, bet. Well, let's go in there together and let's figure that out, because that's something I got to know. And I went to look for the information. I had a hard time finding it. Chat helped me find it. And the only thing I saw, and it still hasn't been corrected, by the way, and I'm sorry I'm going way back there, but I'm just trying to give everyone else kind of like an update on maybe why I might be a little dismissive right now. But it said the person was registered to vote, but did not have a political affiliation. So probably registered and never voted, or maybe just didn't state. I've never registered to vote, so I don't know what that looks like. I don't understand all that. But right below that, it said in 2017, there was a picture of him on social media wearing a Trump costume. He was wearing a costume, like either pretending to be a Trump supporter or like a Trump costume. I don't know. I didn't see the costume. I just saw that, and I mean, I instantly stopped in my tracks. I was like, that can't be it. I was like, that can't be it, right? And I heard nothing. He changed the subject. I'm not even kidding. He changed the subject. He wasn't, and he said, no, watch this BBC live update, not just a random article. And I'm like, I was waiting for like a, hey, no, he's a Trump supporter because, you know, there's a picture of him with Trump, or like there's a, you can see his ballot. He voted Trump. You're like, nothing. Like he went on to the next thing. And so like I can't, like I just can't follow that line of thinking. That's all I'm saying.
Victory.
Do you hate Charlie? I don't. Muli, I watched the stream where you said to not link a PS account yet because of the possible problem. Today I told the same thing to someone in my country for honor group. Someone still did it, and he linked his 93 rep account with 900 something and something rep account he had by accident. It was a human error that... Wait, so his reps got reset? Yo, Bats, my guy! Thank you, bro. Turns out he's a non-voting independent, but I'd still say he's on the right side of center. Hey, that's different. That's different. That's not what you said, though, but, like, I'm about that. Hello from Wales. What's up, Wales? It's literally a religion, dude. Well, yeah. And so, like, I try to have fruitful conversations with people, and I hope you guys hold me to the same standard. If the standard I hold for a fruitful conversation is this: if there is claims, there must be evidence. If the evidence is shown to be wrong, there is a changing of mind before we move topics. I.e., earlier I said something along the lines of, isn't there a statistic that shows that black people commit 50+% of violent crimes? Someone said, actually, that's not wrong. That's a misreading of the statistic. It's that they are arrested, not convicted, but arrested disproportionately for 50% or whatever the percentage is of violent crimes. And I said, okay, my bad. I misspoke. I got that wrong, right? Boom, conversation can continue. You know what I mean? But if they're the same thing, kinda, but not really. They're not the same thing. Did you miss the comment where I said that I was wrong and he turned out to be centrist and independent? I did miss that comment. W's in chat for Bats, by the way. Gautama Buddha was alive thousands of years before Christianity was a thing. Yes. Being arrested doesn't mean you're guilty. Exactly. Exactly. And I'm about that. I'm about that. He was in some political discord because multiple sources have mentioned it. Okay. They're mad Charlie had facts. They couldn't have conversations, so they had to resort to violence. Well, not they, right? He. But I get what you're saying. He also had 2 anti-fascist writings in the bullets, with the rest being poop posts. Yeah, I got you. Most interests are on the right side of center currently, if you understand what centrist this way is. The context of the text typically says that Lucifer and devil are interchangeable. Lucifer, Satan. The 10 Commandments are supposed to be laws. The 10 Commandments are the laws in which we're all bound by birth. But through Christ Jesus, we are no longer under the law. We are free from the law, and we are now a slave to God. Amen. So we are free from sin, and we are under a new covenant, a covenant of love and grace and mercy. Every religion predated Christianity. That's not proof of anything. Well, the reason people have an issue the reason people state that is because they have a misunderstanding of what Christianity truly is. Because if anyone who understands what Christianity is would never say that. If you understand what Christianity is, you're kind of, if you're saying that to someone who knows what Christianity truly is, you're outing yourself as someone who doesn't understand the topic that they're talking about. Similarly speaking, if someone says the Bible is a fairy tale, right? That's not what S said, but because S just said it's fiction, which that's a whole nother thing. But if someone says the Bible's fairy tale, that's like an immediate, you should see that and be like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Or if someone says Jesus Christ never really existed, right? These things are like tells almost that, oh, okay, we got to start from the beginning. Yeah, I agree, bro. Yeah, Phil. Yeah, Phil knows. Christianity is not law, it's relationship. Correct. Judaism is literally the denial of Jesus Christ, kind of. Judaism at the moment would be people would be seen as Israelite people denying Jesus as the Messiah, therefore denying God. But if you're a Jewish person who confirms in Christ, you would actually become a messianic Jewish person, messianic Jew. So Judaism in itself isn't like this inherent bad thing, right? Not saying it's bad at all, right? But it's not this inherent like thing. What it's based off of, the Tanakh, right? The Torah, the Psalms, and what they have now, the summation of that in the Talmud, which is like a writing about all of the different scriptures, is the basis of Christianity. Because Christianity was not a wiping out of Judaism, it was a fulfillment of it. It was a fulfillment of the promise made to Abraham. Is it true they found the guy who killed? Yeah, his dad turned him in, or dad made him turn himself in. 1v1ing the same guy? This guy was good. So when I came back and hear the Talmud being mentioned. What's up, Flakes? Here's a spicy question. Should modern Gentile Christians conform to Hebrew laws? No. Not for the sake of salvation. You can do it if you want. Maybe you want to be closer to the culture. Maybe you want to, whatever the case may be. But not for the sake of salvation, because if you do that, you're falling out of the gospel. So that's a dangerous ideal to be in. Y'all need to educate yourself and stop spreading misinformation. Educate ourselves on what? What misinformation are we spreading? Someone cooked here. I can attribute any good thing in my life to some dead guy past. Huh? That's not what Christianity teaches, S. I'm sorry. I don't know if you're having a conversation with someone else, but if you want true Christian theology, I can help you out, S. Muli, yesterday I was talking in a group which only purpose is to have pure chaos. If it's not illegal, you can say and do anything. It came up what came before the Big Bang, and the dude said Jesus. At a certain point, he said, faith cannot be described by science. then begin mixing the two and said that really confused me. I pointed that out and began correcting my grammar. Oh man, that's long. I couldn't get down to the basis of what you're trying to get me to commentate on. Do you want me to commentate on what that guy said about faith and his conclusion that Jesus came before the Big Bang? Oh my goodness.
Victory.
My final meal, my death row final meal, it would have to be a really good chili cheeseburger with a side of chili cheese fries and a salad, a Caesar salad, and peach cobbler for the dessert. I think that's it. No evolution gave you free will. Evolution gave us free will? Huh? That sounds good. That's what I would go for. I don't want to talk about it. Israel as a whole goes against everything taught in the Bible. No, they don't. They go against some of the New Testament teachings, but not all. Mostly the differences are gonna come to salvation and maybe differences in worship. But I mean, you know. But I will say it like this. I haven't interacted with many practicing Jewish people. Most of the Jewish people I know, they're Jewish by like claim, but they don't actually practice their Judaism in a lot of different ways. But obviously, you know, that's true for a lot of different worldviews. But I've seen interviews with people who practice the Jewish faith. Specifically people who want to refer to like the Tanakh and things like that. And I mean, the Old Testament and the New Testament aren't these vastly different things, right? It's portraying the same story, just different parts. And people who adhere to the Old Testament, there's not necessarily an issue to be had other than what Jesus would call a misinterpretation of what the Old Testament was for, because you have lots of books about how to put together government. You have books about laws and how you are to treat people. You have books about their history, the history of their people. You have books about patriarchs and stuff like that. Stories about what's really important. And the funny thing is, if you go to the New Testament and you're reading through it, all of the apostles, including Jesus himself, he didn't come preaching a different word. He came preaching the true word that they already had with them, because people were using that word in the wrong manner, right? They were trying to clean themselves with the law, right? They were trying to bolster themselves with these outward expressions that should have been something that was getting them closer to God, right? So all the New Testament did was use the Old Testament and say, hey, you got this wrong in interpretation. It's not your fault. It's what you've been taught. But truly I say to you, right, it's about the heart. It's about the heart. I have faith in my Lord, but I still think religion is just another way to control the masses, good and bad. I mean, anything is used to control the masses. I mean, yeah. They could be using YouTube to control the masses, bro. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yes. Chief leaders mixed false teachings and doctrine in order to keep themselves above everyone. Yeah. Citing back to actual doctrine to try to do it. But when Jesus came, the key distinction I feel like that he made was it's not an action issue, because the actions are important, but that's not the core of the issue. The core of the issue is the heart. It's not what you do, it's why you do it. And you can try to emulate the good works all day long, but it doesn't matter if you don't truly have a heart to do these things, because wherever your heart is, whatever that heart posture is towards God, your actions will follow. And so, I mean, another amazing ethical teaching from Jesus, because a lot of us think we just have to pretend and follow the rules and do the things that we're supposed to do, and that makes us a good person. And Jesus says, no. There is no good people. There's none good but God alone. But I can surely tell you that if you set your eyes to God, that goodness will follow. It was always heart posture. It was always heart posture. Move!
Victory.
Post a link to your book when you're done. Oh my gosh. Cyrus, are you writing a book? It's like Mouse Rat 2.0. I hate heartburn. I miss Pepsi. Josh Johnson, my brother. What sort of issues do you have with the modern church? I don't have any base issues with the modern church. The only time I'm going to have any issues with anything, biblically speaking, is if they go outside of biblical teaching. So if there's a modern church teaching a modern gospel, a modern church swaying away from the teachings of Christ, a modern church focusing more on the world than they are focusing on the kingdom of heaven, a modern church, right? Because I feel like the Gospels are clear. The New Testament is clear. Focus up on Jesus, everything else will follow, right? To some person might hear me say, God comes first in my family, right? When I have a wife and a child. And they'll say, man, that's really messed up. You love God more than you love your wife, more than you love your kid. And it sounds backwards to them, but why, right? Why does it make actually perfect sense to do that? Because if you have that love for God, the instruction on how you are to love your wife and how you are to love your child far supersedes any sort of idea what I would think it looks like to love my wife and love my child. And so putting him first, not only in church, not only in foundation of morality, not only in ethics, not only in faith as a whole.
Round 4.
Right, is beneficial because of what comes after putting him first and what he commands of you. King Arthur isn't real. No! Arthur! Ah! Not like this. We got someone trying to parry. You're parry happy. You think I didn't notice, huh, Mooly Wooly? Woolly Mammoth? That is your real name? Yo, Mr. Razzle Dazzle, thanks for the follow. Dodge Boxer, thanks for the follow. And Tuffle Tough Tiff, thanks for the follow. Just like the Book of Job.
Round 5.
Chat, we need to create dragons. Imagine riding a dragon. Calm down, bro. What do you think of the original depictions of angels and how almost eldritch they are? Always starting conversations with "be not afraid." I think it's cool, but I also think it's a misinterpretation of what's going on when angels truly come to us. Because when people say, angels, be not afraid, and like it goes to a picture of like a seraphim or a cherubim or something like that, I think it's a misrepresentation of what we see angels be in the scriptures. So think about the angels that went to Sodom and Gomorrah. Think about the angels that were that were in the tomb after Jesus had rose from the tomb and how they're described. Think about Gabriel, Angel Gabriel, how he's described, right? I think there's a bit of a conflation happening sometimes. There's a bit of a conflation happening sometimes, and the be not afraid has less to do with their frightening appearance, even though how the cherubim, the seraphim, and all those people are described are pretty gnarly, pretty gnarly. So yeah, I love the idea of like the true look of those types of angels, but I think it would be a disservice to conflate how the Bible describes the angels that visited people. When the rapture comes, we will be afraid, but not for long, and people who never believed or the Satanists might stay afraid. Interesting. For that, Muli, I believe they can just transform into beings we can understand. That's fair. I can get down with that conclusion, but the Bible doesn't say that. But I can get down with it. Why do you say that? What is the name of the new samurai armor sets? Not sure what they look like. I haven't seen them either, but they probably have different names depending on the hero. And you know what I just realized? This game would be so much easier to follow the armor sets if there were armor set names. The only time there are full armor set names is if it's an event armor set. If it's just another armor set, they name it specifically for the character. But I feel there should be armor sets that have the same name. That would be so much easier to be like, oh, he's wearing the such and such armor set. That would make armor sets a whole lot more recognizable, and could make them mean a little bit more. I don't have any friends who are at all good at Highlander. Let's go. Unlucky. Help me. For Honor Discord, we'll have a few. Maybe angels are just moments where you received a blessing and angels are the messengers. Maybe. It's a strong maybe. No Veggie Tales, John. That's almost a sin. Oh, bro, I saw a video the other day that was like, when I read that Veggie Tales aren't going to heaven because they're vegetables. And he was like crying about it. That was hilarious. I'm curious on your thoughts. Is it possible the Bible was written by the devil, considering the earth is his playground? It would be weird to write that and write himself as the bad guy.
Round 2.
And it wouldn't have been written by him. It would have been inspired by him, meaning he would have had to have gone, like, it would have been possible for him to be in the ears of all of the people writing the scriptures, but all 40 different authors, right? I don't see that being the case. As a theory, it's an interesting one to think about for sure, but I don't think it holds much water, unfortunately. Because if he wrote it, I feel like the logical conclusion would be writing himself in as the good guy. And so that would just mean Yahweh was actually, which I've heard that theory before, but still wouldn't track. How is Gabriel described in the Bible? I don't know if he was.
Round 3.
You'd have to look at how when he went to Mary. I don't know exactly though. No coffee today. I had coffee, but I messed it up, and I have a bone to pick with my wife because she made a cold brew coffee today. My coffee machine, it can make a different types of coffee, and she made cold brew coffee, and she left it on the cold brew setting, or not cold brew, the cold foam, and so my coffee ended up being cold foam coffee, which if you guys I make lattes, or I make mochas, sorry. And so it was a cold foam mocha. Help me, please. You have to swing. You're out of stamina. So yeah, got a bone to pick with my wife. Because, I don't know if you guys... Oh!
Round 4.
You gotta kill me, bro. I gotta go.
Victory.
Bro, I'm so dumb, but God struck again. Instantly, bro. Every time. Bro, so I was trying to show you guys. So, how do you say your name? Mulisious. So I have this, I have the coffee, right? Whoops, wrong button. I have the coffee, and the foam at the top was so thick that I could literally turn the coffee mug sideways, but it melted. It melted because it was foam before. And so I was gonna show you guys, look, it's just like a thick foam, but it melted, bro. It melted. And so yeah, I guess I could drink it now. Now it's a macchiato. Wait, what's a macchiato? He said that's a macchiato. What's a macchiato? Not a mocha. Imagine drinking hot coffee. Bro, hot coffee is superior. Wait, chat. This is a mocha, right? A mocha. So this is how I make my coffee. I do a double shot of espresso. I steam my milk, and I put in two grams of real chocolate chips. And that gets steamed with my milk. So the milk turns into like a chocolate, essentially. A chocolate milk. And then I put that into my espresso. Is that not mocha? Oh, thought he lost track of time and had to pick up his kid? No. I freaking spilled some coffee on myself. John 1-5 is my verse of the day. God bless you. Hey, let's go. I'm fighting demons, so I drink black and just make it as hot as you can. Hey, you really are, bro. A tiara again. I got to see what that looks like. God bless. Amen. Order of applications. That's just different. Tell them, buddy. Oh, I haven't done any samurai games today, huh? Keep your bones. Wifey can do no wrong. It's true. It's true. Bean juice is nasty to me. I like the monster kinds because it dampers that nasty aftertaste.
Round 1.
You just gotta be a punk like me and just drink lattes. Macchiato steams the milk first and pours the espresso on top of the foam. Ah. Hot chocolate coffee. Well, what constitutes a mocha? Mocha is a flavoring. Mocha being chocolate. Yeah, it's a mocha. Is it a mocha latte? I'm more of a C4 energy. I can't do energy drinks, bro. I'm trying to live. I'm trying to live, bro. I like my liver. Y'all are crazy with those energy drinks. I used to drink. I didn't drink them often, but I would try them every once in a while. Bro, those things are crazy. Nah, bro. Can't be me. Can't be me. Cannot be me. Nah, bro. I thought I was gonna die. I was like, ain't no way. I used to there was a couple of energy drinks I tried. I've tried Red Bull, and I used to like Red Bull, but when I was partying, I was a Vegas bomb type of guy. For those who don't know, Vegas bombs back in my party days, those are Red Bull and vodka, or yeah, Red Bull and vodka. So it's like literally meant to keep you going, and that's when I would drink it. And so I tried them independently. I was like, you know what, let me try Red Bull. Heck nah, bro. I felt like dookie cheeks, man. And then I was like, oh, you know, I remember I was doing a long drive one day, and I was like, let me try this 5-hour energy. That little tiny thing, the 5-hour energy. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. I've tried Monster. I've tried it all. It makes me feel like dookie cheeks, and it's like, nah. I'd rather just drink a little coffee, or go about it, or at the very least, you know, or the very most, I'll get like a caffeinated soda. I'll get a caffeinated soda, which I mean that's probably the same thing, but you know, whatever.
Victory.
L-theanine gum is the best thing for long drives. L-theanine gum. No, I'm not doing any more freaking energy drinks, bro. Vodka, spiced rum, and Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Hey, calm down, sir. I'm not trying to be an alcoholic. This guy trying to bring me to the to the dark side. When you start making those delicious drinks, man, it's over. It's over. Have you ever seen that guy who he shows you like all the delicious drinks you can make? He'll have like candy with like Jolly Ranchers and like all the best like drink mixes and stuff like that. And then, but he's like a recovering alcoholic, so he'll make it. It'll look freaking amazing, and then he'll pour it out. Yeah, bro. I can't be doing those crazy drinks. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Oh. My guy said Mountain Dew Baja Blast. My mouth watered. My mouth watered. Nah. He trying to pull me in, chat. Not today. Odd timing. I agree. Oh, dude, I used to drink Four Locos. Oh, dude, I forgot about Four Locos. I drank Four Locos like crazy. I was so dumb. And you want to know what's so funny about the Four Locos that I drank? Because I was a poor college kid when Four Locos came out. I actually wasn't even old enough to drink. Sorry, statute of limitations, okay? Statute of limitations, all right? I'm 33 now. I was 18 or 19 at the time. And this was a very bad decision. Do not do what I did, all right? TLDR. Bad stuff. But when I was 18, Four Locos, they got deemed dangerous. I don't know if you guys remember that. Four Locos used to be different, and they were too crazy because they were literally called Four Loco. There was too much alcohol, too much caffeine, too much something, right? It was bad. I lived in a little school apartment outside of the dorms or the school. We were off campus, and there was a gas station we always went to. I was very poor in college, very poor, and my school was way too expensive. They were scamming me. That's a whole nother story, but I had no money. And so I would go there once a day, and I would just get what I could. My mom would send me like $5 or $10. Shout out to Mama Mully. She kept me alive because I would have died, okay? I should have just gotten a job, but whatever. And I would get nachos or something. Anyways, all of that to say, me and my friends would go to that gas station often, and we made friends with the people that worked there. And we were partiers, you know. It was back in the Project X days and the house party days. That used to be cool. It's not cool anymore, but it used to be cool. And one of the people who worked there, he said, hey, man, we just had to throw away like 10 cases of Four Loko. We can't take it because we'll get in trouble, but like you can take it if you want. The Florida house. Calm down. Hey, Tyler, the Florida house. Yep, Florida house days. But anyways, yeah. And so me and my 4 roommates, we took 10 cases of Four Loko. The ones that the reason they had to throw them out is because they were deemed illegal. They were too dangerous. There was too much alcohol. Stop selling this to people. You're killing them. I don't know if anyone actually died, but anyways, you know. And so we had 10 cases of them, and I mean, we threw a party. And bruh. I can't give you guys the details, all right, bro. You know, I'm not trying to make anyone look bad, but it was rough out there. It was rough in there. It was a rough around there. All right, bro. And that was another stint where I said I'm done with the energy drinks, because that was technically an energy drink. It was just an alcoholic energy drink. And so, long story short, you know, no, I'm not doing Monster. I'm not doing Rockstar or whatever the heck you guys are saying, Fahrenheit. No. I'm not going back there. You can't make me. What book in the Bible should I start with if I'm trying to fix myself, man? Well, hey, man, if you're trying to fix yourself, the whole purpose, right, of coming to Christ is that, and I feel like you might be there, you've come to the conclusion that, man, I've been making my own decisions and things, they haven't been going the way they should be going. And, like, I don't understand how this arbiter of good and wrong, right and wrong in my life, have led myself to this dead end. Like, how did I get here? It doesn't make sense. I need to find another way. And then, you know, thankfully, prayerfully, you found Christ. And you want to start somewhere in the Bible to learn more about him or to fix yourself. And let me just say this, because I want you to have this understanding that as a Christian, I truly believe that all people are wicked, all people are broken, right? But I want you to understand that you're beautiful, you're wonderfully made in the image of God, and even though you're mixed up just like the rest of us, you're not anywhere more broken than anybody else. All right. So going into it, I want you to understand that you are in need of a savior, yes, but I want you to understand that you're wonderful. You're an amazing person, capable of so many good things and purpose in your life, but also capable of doing very bad things, which I'm sure you know. So my recommendation for you would be start with the book of John. Start with the book of John. The reason I think John is such a great book to start with is because not only does it go into the character of who God is in the person of Jesus Christ. I know that sounds confusing, but stick with me. It also has the most intimate conversations with people who want to know more about the kingdom of heaven and want to know more about Jesus. So you actually see a lot of one-on-one conversations, and you see a lot of questions that a lot of us and a lot of people have for Jesus today being answered then. So what I want you to do is I want you to read John. Start with the book of John. It's going to be a hard read if you haven't read through the scriptures before, but go ahead and join my Discord. Send me a DM if you come across any difficult passages. I don't want you to be trying to understand everything. I just want you to focus on who Jesus was, what Jesus taught, and what that means for your life and what he offers you. That's what I want you to focus on, because there's going to be a lot of other stuff that kind of like sticks out, but that's what we want to focus on. After you read John, you just make your way straight all the way to Romans. And so it's really not that long of a read. It'll probably take you a day if you just lock in and do it. Not even a day, like a couple hours, not even. John, Acts, Romans. John is the life, death, teachings, and resurrection of Christ, right? Acts is the direct church that came from the life, death, teachings, and resurrection of Christ. So what happened with the early church and the first believers. And then Romans is a letter to all believers on what we are to do with the question that we receive in the Gospels: do we accept Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior? And if we do, what does that look like going forward? And how does our purpose change? And how does our life change? And what are we to do going forward as believers in Christ? How do you decompress after streams like today and yesterday's? I don't. It's probably not healthy. My wife, bless her heart, she knows when I need to decompress. And so it may not be today, it may not be tomorrow. But if I ever get to that breaking point, 2 days ago she helped me out with it. She'll give me food and like just tell me to go to my office and play video games. She'll say, "Go, get away." I would be dead without her. But today I won't have a time to decompress. I'm about to leave off of stream. I'm gonna eat really quickly. Then I got to pick up my son. My wife actually has a girls' night tonight, so she's going to get her nails done. She's going to get her to hang out with some friends. They're gonna eat some dinner and then go to like some flower thing to hang out together. So she's getting her little monthly getaway. And so I'm gonna be in dad mode the rest of the night. But of course, once he goes to sleep, because he goes to bed pretty early, he'll be in bed by like 7:30, 8. He's so tired after school nights. I'll have a couple hours before she gets home to just kind of chill, answer comments, think about what I'm going to do tomorrow on stream, do any back-end stuff, and if I have a time, maybe play a game or two. When's the stream ending? After this best out of 3. I don't think Four Loko made it to EU. I drink only monsters and never tried something else. Hey, my guy. Hey, you better stop trying to light attack me. Nice. Light. Caught you parrying. Ah. I'll take that trade because I get to keep going. No, he's owned. He's going to heavy into the... That's why those are the best? Yeah. One of my favorite stories in the Bible is the story of Lazarus, the only other person in the Bible to be revived by the Lord. Let's go. Let's go. I like the story of Lazarus. How do you... bro, I went sober in less than 30 seconds. When we locked eyes, I was in Dallas. Oh, no. The best part was I ran across an overpass and the cop light. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy. Smokey, I feel like I got the end of that story. What the... I've been sober forever. Let's go. I wasn't always sober. And I don't think, I'm not one of the Christians that think it's an everything and a black and white type of thing. Because, my wife enjoys a drink every now and again. I enjoy a drink every now and again. I haven't drank in a long time, but it really had nothing to do with religious reasons. It was mostly because I feel like crap every time I drink. It's not worth it. I guess I'm just getting old, and I took too many years off. And so since I took so many years off and I got so old, now it's like, it's too late for me. I'll have like a margarita with dinner, and I'm not even kidding. 30 minutes after my first sip, I will have a headache. So it's not worth it for me. NIV, NKJV, or KJV? I like the ESV, NLT, and the NKJV, and the NASB. Now, I like the NIV, because the NIV, it's the closest thing to the KJV when it comes to scriptural remembrance. So what I mean by saying that is that the NIV is a very quoted scripture because it was around during my childhood. So when I hear a scripture, people say it in the terminology that you're going to hear in the NIV, so that makes the NIV a much easier read. And the reason I don't like the NIV is that they get lazy in some of their translations, especially in the Old Testament, in some of those more difficult passages where you need to be really particular about what you're saying, and they don't. That's one of the only reasons. And also with the NIV, the whole angel of light thing in the New Testament, right, where people get the whole Jesus and Lucifer are brothers. So the NASB is amazing. The ESV is amazing. The NLT is great, but not quite my style. But I read NLT because it's easy to read. The NKJV is the one I wish I could like the most, but it actually is a pretty difficult read. So, yeah. Highly recommend a glass of red wine. I know. I know. I'm not gonna be the wine guy, bro. My wife likes wine. I'm not. I like some wines, but like, bro, it's juice to me, and I want my stuff to be sweet. So the wines I end up liking are like, sugar. So I'm like, I'll just drink my water and I'll be happy. Just drink my water and be happy. And if I'm feeling really spicy, which sometimes I am, I'll get a sparkling water. Aw, baby. Oh, that's it right there. That's it right there. When you stop drinking other stuff and you go to sparkling water, you guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but it tastes like soda. Like when I love sparkling water so much because now I can drink it and I get the same sensation as drinking a Sprite. Oh my gosh, Tweety! Wait a minute, Tweety! Bro, how have I been yapping this long? Tweety, please tell me you're still here, bro. No! Tweety with the 11-month resub! Bro. Book of John paints the divinity and perfectness of Jesus. Let's go. Yo, Tweety with the 11-month prime sub. Hey, Emily, hope all is well. Praise the Lord. Love you, brother. I envy how strong you stand in your faith. Bro, I got to message Tweety, bro. No. I miss my boy Tweety. Ain't no way. You got to try that prison toilet wine. All right, brother. Calm down. What the? Yo, bro, I'm almost done building my PC. Got to run some ones soon. Let's go, Steve-O. Yo, Ronald, can you send me a message on the mod cave and just at me and say message Tweety? Yo, I love my boy Tweety. He was someone who played with me when I played Fortnite back in the day. Man, he's old. He's got to be old by now. Because he, I feel like he was like 14, 15. Back when, and that was like 2017, 2018. Super cool kid, super cool kid. And awesome gamer. Awesome gamer. Probably could have been freaking, you know, I don't know. Think of a Fortnite pro. So good at Fortnite. But yeah, man. I only see him every once in a while now. Blast from the You don't, huh? No, I was reading up. Thanks, Worth Tub, for the 500 bits, bro.
Round 4.
Ban him? Honestly, I'm thinking about it. Worth Tub is getting too powerful. No! Of course he's going for the parry. Help me! Bro, I can't lose this best out of 3. It's my last match before I get off. We win in this. Thank you so much, Ronald, bro. You're a lifesaver. All right, here we go, chat. You haven't seen me lock in all day, but guess what? We locking in right now. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Yeah, you purple. Purple, disgusting. Yeah, that's right. Yo, much love, GX. No. Put your butt against that wall.
Victory.
Told you guys. Told you guys. Mead brewing kit. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. Good luck, error. Good luck. Good luck. Yo, thanks for the let him cook, Dio. Romans 5:19. What about Romans 5:19? No! What gameplay is that in the background? That's a great question, Protector. Ah! Stop talking to me. No! Please! Nope. No! Here we go. Oh, you piece of. I'm sorry, I misclicked. I didn't mean to send the message just a bit. Sure you didn't. Tomorrow, the like goal is 150K, no less. Yes, Alani, I'm going to need you to remind me so I can remind everybody else. Let's go. 150K. Romans 5:19, amazing verse. What is Romans 5:19? Romans 5:19. Just as one man's disobedience caused many to become sinners, so through one man's obedience, many will be made righteous. Let's go. And we got the dub. Let's go. Let's go. That's my verse of the week. Let's go. All right, hold on. Name, pick wheel. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody today. Caleb was at 3K. P was at 2,200. I think P's at 3,300 now. P dropped a galaxy, didn't he? Did I miss any more? Jason, how much did Jason drop? MD dropped the travel in the U.S. How much is the travel in the U.S.? Norse took the #1 on YouTube. Norse is crazy, by the way. Jason dropped 1 galaxy. Beans dropped a Hear It Out. That's a 500. Josh dropped a galaxy. P dropped a galaxy. Jason dropped 2 galaxies. So Jason's at 2. And P dropped 1. All right, bet. All right, cool. And then the #1 on YouTube, Twitch is still Gran. All right, bet. All right, cool. We got our #1s still there. We good. Let's get it. I'll never forget. All right, Chatty. I don't know why I called you guys chatty. That was weird. But anyways, we need to break that sub goal so we can see PK gameplay. Good luck, guys. We're at 1327. And here's the thing. It goes up and down. So, I mean, you guys are kind of on a time limit. Good luck. I'm hoping it doesn't happen. I'm going to be honest with you guys. But also, it's kind of cool. It's kind of weird. It's bittersweet because it's like, man, we have a new sub record. But at the same time, Peacekeeper. And if I'm honest with you guys, it's not that I don't like Peacekeeper, okay? I'm scared of what I'll become playing Peacekeeper. I might trash on everybody, man. And, you know, just like the old Batman saying, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And that might be this month. We'll see. We'll see. Why do y'all let me talk, bro? Y'all are silly. Yo, chat. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate you guys to the moon and back. Massive shout out to everyone who dropped support today. Worth Tub and Collapse Cobra, thank you. Norse, thank you. All the galaxies, all the follows, all the likes, all the donos. Ronald, thanks for the games earlier. Thank you everyone who chilled. If I missed you guys today, I promise. I'm so sorry, bro. I started yapping. I promise I didn't mean to ignore anybody. I didn't mean to miss anybody. You know, a lot of these chats this week has been real heavy, and I can't look at chat because my first instinct is just to respond, and I want to get my full thought processes out. So I'm sorry if I missed you guys coming in or saying bye or saying hello or subbing or gifting or following. I really do apologize. I hope you know I appreciate every single one of you. I pray we get back to some sense of normalcy soon, to where we don't have to have such deep topics that really do, you know, drain us a little bit. And obviously, they're interesting, and I love having the conversations, but usually they're a little bit more lighthearted, so we'll definitely see. But anyways, thank you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you're new, be sure to hit that follow button. Join the Discord if you want to become a deeper part of the community. You guys are amazing for doing that. That's where we hang out, where you find people to play with. We got a lot of people that play Rivals in there too, if any Rivals enjoyers. Someone needs, Darkly needs someone to carry him if you're on PC in ranked. And that's it for me. You guys stay safe, stay positive. I love you guys. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Viewer duels tomorrow. Ooh, good luck. Because we going undefeated. Peace. Oh, and don't forget, Jesus Christ is the truth. Amen. Amen.